used insofar as tax-exempt trust is concerned and also insofar as ordinary and necessary expenses compared with capital expenditures. No? So let's resolve some of the confusion here. All right. You have the income of a trust. So you have the income of the trust here, income. Of the trust. And therefore, the deductions allowed of a trust would be the same as if these are corporations. Deductions, Deductions as if they are corporations. So, and therefore, at the bottom would be the income subject to tax. And you have the income subject to tax, you multiply that by the tax rate, and the tax rate again is the tax rate for individuals. It is the schedular tax rate in order to determine what is the tax that is due. So this should be the tax due. So this is again the way by which it is usually computed. This is for the income of a trust. However, we said there are certain instances when a trust is considered as a tax-exempt trust. And therefore, and what are these conditions then? Irrevocable for at least 5 years, then registered with the Bureau of Internal Revenue. No part again of the income of the trust must go to the grantor or the trustor and administered in the Philippines. In that case, tax-exempt trust. But remember we said, it merely becomes a tax-exempt trust because here, let's have a look at this particular example here. You have, for example, here, 1 million. And let's say, for example, the allowable deduction should be 700,000. And therefore, theoretically here, you would have 300,000 as the income subject to tax. But if it is a tax-exempt trust, then this 300,000, if distributed to the beneficiary, would be allowed as a deduction here. And therefore, notice again, here, the income subject to tax would therefore be 0. Did you follow? So that is if it is, again, a tax-exempt trust. Burahin ko so that you would not be confused. Oy, hinta mo na. Wala siyang binigay na pambura. May pambura ba dyan? Okay. Ako, balikan natin, Sandali. Saan? Yung mga sa taas, baka natin siya. I'll change my example so that you will not get confused. Ayun. Sige, thank you. Ayun, sige, thank you. All right. So go back here. So let's put numbers here so that you will not be confused. All right. So 300,000 is the income subject to tax, and then you have the appropriate tax rate, whatever is the tax rate here, and then you will have the tax that is due. Tax due, no? Tax due. However, if it is a tax-exempt trust, what's going to happen is this. So 1 million, then, instead of allowing only 700,000 deduction, the distribution made here to the beneficiary should be included as in the deductions, and therefore here, 1 million would be the deductions, and therefore here, income subject to tax would be 0. Now, however, supposing that you have 300,000, but only 100,000 was distributed, what's going to happen then? In that case, here you still have 1 million here, 1 million. Then, remember we said 100,000 is deducted. So therefore, that 100,000 will be included as part of the 700,000, and therefore 800,000 would be the deductibility. And notice, you would have a remaining 200,000 which was not distributed, and the 200,000 then would be subject to tax. So, maliwanag na, ha? So, I hope you have understood the concept here. Let's go back. So, I could erase this now, ha? So, this is tax-exempt trust. Remember, ha? But, in order to allow that this 300,000 would be the part of the deduction, it is imperative that it must be a tax-exempt trust. The conditions, to repeat here, no part of the income should go to the trustor or the grantor. It must be irrevocable for a period of 5 years. It must be administered in the Philippines. And remember my condition, which some do not agree with, it must be registered with the Bureau of Internal Revenue. All right, so let's now have a look at this. So let's erase this, and let's talk about here deductions. All right, let's have a look at time, for example. This is time. It's time, no? Time. And let's look at numerous taxable periods. So this time, for example, you look at 2000 taxable year, 2001 as another taxable year, 2002 as another taxable year, and 2003 as another taxable year. So this should be the taxable periods. Taxable periods. Huh? So you would have incomes earned during these periods. So for example, you would have income here, 1 million pesos. You would have 2 million pesos here. Pesos. You would have 3 million pesos here. You would have 4 million pesos here. So these are the incomes. Incomes, no? Okay, let's have a look at expenditures this time. Now, remember we said, for expenditures, these expenditures must have helped earn the income during the taxable period. So for example here, you would have expenditures amounting to 300,000 allowed to be deductible. But it must have helped earn the income here. On the other hand, we have the concept known as capital expenditures. So capital expenditures. So when you talk about capital expenditures here, let's say for example, you have a capital expenditure amounting to 1 million pesos. Amounting to 1 million pesos. This capital expenditure of 1 million pesos, for example, if incurred in 2000, is not allowed as a deduction here in 2000. Why? Because it would help earn the income over numerous taxable periods. So for example, the capital expenditure again is an asset which has a life of 4 years. So therefore here, each year you would have 250,000 pesos. So if it is a capital expenditure, we said, it would not help earn the income only in the year in which it was incurred. So you are not allowed to deduct 1 million here. Instead, you're going to deduct 250,000 each year. Why 250,000 each year? Why 250? Because the 250,000 is the contribution of this capital expenditure in helping earn the income here in 2000, 2001, 2002, and 2003. So that is the concept when you talk about the capital expenditure. But remember, it must be a capital expenditure that would earn the income. If it does not help earn the income, then you are not allowed to deduct the capital expenditure at all. For example, the capital expenditure, for example, here, is an improvement to a building being used in trade or business. So therefore, the building helped earn the income during numerous taxable periods. But let's say, for example, that it is a vacant parcel of land. It's not being used in trade or business. But there was a suit now, and the suit now entailed an expense of 1 million to defend the property. And therefore, notice, that is a capital expenditure, but it did not help earn the income. Therefore, it's not also subject to depreciation, and therefore, you are not allowed to deduct that. Instead, it becomes part of the value of the real property that has been defended as a result of the expenditure of 1 million. So I hope you're able to understand that. So malinaw now. So if any questions, again, as I said, my suggestion is that you write it on a piece of paper so that when I explain, the others who are similar situated would also be able to follow the discussion. Huh? All right, so we could now proceed and have a look at the remaining here. All right. So you look at spousal tax return. Rafi and Wena, husband and wife, are both employed by XS Corporation. After office hours, they jointly manage a coffee shop at the ground floor of their house. The coffee shop is registered in the name of both spouses. Which of the following is the correct way to prepare their income tax return? Okay, now, my suggestion is this. If it is a multiple choice problem, then you look at the problem and try to understand what is supposed to be the answer. And after having determined the answer, then and only then would you look at the choices. Okay, let's go back. You don't look at the choices yet. Why? If you look at the choices, you will get confused. Why? Because the choices have been crafted in such a manner as to confuse the student. Yun ang purpose noon. Magkakahawig. Kuminsan halos nga pare-pareho eh. But there's only one correct answer. And therefore, my suggestion here is that, you must here determine first. You should have a preliminary answer before you look at the choices. And therefore, now, look at this. So, therefore, which is the correct way to prepare an income tax return in this instance where you have incomes again coming from this? Let me go back. You remember the concept here. You talk about an instance where the spouses earn purely from compensation income. If they earn purely from compensation income, then remember, they're allowed to file separate tax returns in order to be able to avail of the lower tax brackets. But if they earn in combination, meaning to say, they earn in combination of compensation income or exercise of profession or trade or business or purely from trade or business, then they are not allowed to file separate tax returns. They must file here a consolidated or combined tax return. So therefore, let's go back here. So based on this problem, from where do they derive here their incomes? From compensation and also from business. You follow? And therefore, which is the correct way? The correct way is to file a consolidated tax return. So hanapin natin ngayon. Asan yung consolidated? So therefore, we have arrived at a conclusion that it is a consolidated return, and therefore that's what we're going to look for in the choices, so that you will not get confused. Now, let's go back. Look at the choices now. Notice again, ito, do not explain. So you don't write anymore. Yung iba, explain in not more than 2 sentences. That's why I said be careful about the instructions. Now, so Rafi will declare as his income the salaries of both spouses, while Wena will declare the income from the coffee shop. Hindi pwede, because we said consolidated return. Next, Wena will declare the combined compensation income of the spouses, and Rafi will declare the income of the coffee shop. Hindi pwede, because lahat-lahat dapat magkasama. You follow? Now, next. All the income will be declared by Rafi alone because only one consolidated return is yun. This is the correct answer. So you notice, hindi ka nalilito. So remember said, always try to determine the answer first before you have a look at the choices. Alright, so Rafi will declare, hindi yan, and also not this one, and therefore let's now have a look at, where was this copied? 88. Each husband and wife with 4 minor children are both employed. Due to the, should they file? Yes, because there's a showing that earn from other than compensation income. So remember, pag purely compensation, separate. Pag may kahalo, combine. Oh, do not forget that, Okay, now. Alright. Naku, problema. Gross estate. Ito, problema, Let's understand whether you have understood the concept of gross estate. And then, let's first have a look at the problem. I'll let you analyze first before I discuss. So to remind you again, what is this? So remember, we're talking about critical areas. Ito yung mga delikado. Delikado, Now, so what is the question at the bottom? Should the painting be included in the gross estate of Xavier in 2001 and thus be subject to estate tax? Explain. Should the painting be included in the gross estate of Sandro and thus be subject to estate tax? Explain. All right, let's understand. In 1999, Xavier purchased from his friend Yuri a painting for $500,000. The fair market value of the painting at the time of the purchase was $1 million. Yuri paid all the corresponding taxes on the transaction. In 2001, Xavier died. In his last will and testament, Xavier bequeathed the painting, already worth $1.5 million, to his only son, Sandro. The will also granted Sandro the power to appoint his wife, Wilma, a successor to the painting in the event of Sandro's death. Sandro died in 2007, and Wilma succeeded to the property. Should the painting be included in the gross estate of Xavier? Should the painting be included in the gross estate of Sandro? What have you noticed? Blanco. What do you mean blanco? Pagtingin mo, hindi mo alam kung ano sabihin mo. Di ba? You notice that? Oh, therefore, let's go back again to the analysis. The analysis first determine what is the applicable law. And the applicable law here is the rule with respect to gross estate. So let's go back and have a look at the concept of gross estate. You must now have a look at the two concepts of gross estate here. First, you have the gross estate of Filipinos and resident aliens, and the gross estate of non-resident aliens. So, when you talk about the gross estate of Filipinos and resident aliens, then it would include all real property wherever situated. It would include all personal properties, tangible, intangible, or mixed, wherever situated, to the extent of the interest existing at the time of his death. So remember, that is a very material concept, to the extent of his interest existing at the time of his death. Now, what about if it is a non-resident alien? Then, only real property situated in the Philippines, personal properties, tangible, tangible or mixed, situated in the Philippines, also the extent of interest existing at the time of his death. Eh, bakit? What accounts for the difference? Why is it so that if the person is a Filipino citizen or a resident alien, then it would include all properties wherever situated? Again, why? Pagka non-resident naman, why only those properties situated in the Philippines? Again, remember the concept of situs of taxation, the concept of the symbiotic relation, the concept of protection and support, reciprocal relation of protection and support between the taxpayer and the state. Bakit? If he is here, a Filipino, is subject to protection by the government. Therefore, he must pay taxes to support the government. Now, resident alien, nandito siya eh. So he's being given protection, and therefore, he must also provide support to the government. Non-resident, why only property situated in the Philippines? Kasi that is the only property that is the subject of protection. So you're beginning to understand now. So let's go back. While it is true that you have all this, to the extent of the interest existing at the time of his death, you remember there may be properties again that are not in the name of the decedent anymore, but he still has an interest existing at the time of his death. You remember that? You have properties, for example, transferred in contemplation of death. You remember that? You have revocable transfers. You have, again, properties transferred under general powers of administration. You remember that? And then also, you would have here, when you talk about this, you would have properties also that have been acquired for insufficient consideration, and consequently, again, those should be the exception. And therefore, how do you resolve this? Notice again. When you talk about this, how do you resolve this? Is it going to be part of the... Should the painting be included in the gross estate of Xavier? Should it be? Okay, balik tayo. So, notice again that here, theoretically speaking, Xavier is a Filipino, or at the most, he's a resident of the Philippines. And consequently here, should the painting be included as part of his gross estate? Okay, balik tayo. To the extent of the interest existing at the time of his death, nung namatay ba siya, did he have an interest existing in the painting? Yes. That's why he disposed it. And therefore here, your answer will be yes, because the painting, again, painting, is property that existed, personal property existed at the time of his death. He has an interest existing at the time of his death. Now, what about Sandro? Does he have an interest existing in the painting at the time of his death? Now, be careful about this. You remember again, the concepts of the exceptions. Ano yung exceptions? Property here might be such that he has an interest existing at the time of his death, even if it is not owned the property. Let's say, for example, property transferred under general powers of appointment, whereby the property is transferred but still subject to the control of the decedent. The decedent is Xavier. Did he control the transfer to Sandro? Did he control? Notice. Also granted the power to appoint. Now, if the statement was, the property, again, in his will, he stated that Sandro inherits the property, but at the time of his death, he should appoint Vilma as the successor. In that case, there is control, and consequently, that would become that would not become part of the estate of Sandro. But here, notice, also granted the power to appoint. He may or he may not appoint. At balik tayo, ha? Because I think I lost you there. No? I lost you there. All right, let me illustrate that again by a drawing, because I think it's easier for you to understand if it is a drawing. No? All right. Let's go back here. So remember we said that you must therefore, again, classify the estates. And the estates should be classified into whether you have here the estate of a citizen or a resident alien, and therefore it includes all his properties wherever situated to the extent of the interest existing at the time of his death. Meron siyang karapatan doon sa property. But we said, so you have here, the totality of the properties existing at the time of his death. So here, to the extent of interest existing at the time of his death. To the extent of interest existing at the time of his death. Interest existing at time of death. At time of death, no? Of death. Now, so, of course, there is no controversy here if the property in his name. Pangalan niya. So, walang controversy. But we said we have a little problem here. Why do we have a little problem? Because you have these concepts now, notice again, which are included, and there are 4 instances when you would have the exceptions. And what would that be? Transfers in contemplation of death. Contemplation of death. Of death, no? Now, likewise also, you will have, again, in this case, revocable transfers. Revocable transfers. You will have transfers under general powers of administration. General powers of administration. Administration. And then you would have transfer for insufficiency of consideration. Insufficient consideration. Now, this one is simple. Transfers for insufficient consideration. That is simple. What do you mean that is simple? That is simple because if A, for example, transferred a property to B, sold properties to B, value is 1 million, sold it only for 300,000, then there is an insufficiency of 700,000, then therefore the insufficiency forms part of the gross estate of A. Okay, now, ito ang delikado. Transfers in contemplation of death or revocable transfers or transfers on general powers of administration. Anong naiiwan sa kanya? Because we said here, interest existing at the time of his death. O dito, interest existing at the time of death is the insufficiency of consideration. You follow? O 1 million, again, sold it or donated it here, but when he sold it, only for 300,000. May insufficiency of 700,000. Therefore, the 700,000 forms part of the gross estate because it has received, he has an interest of 700,000 existing at the time of his death. So, maliwanag yun. But this one is more confusing. Why? Because this one would now require either of 2 things. What is the either of 2 things? Again, here, there is a reservation again of possession or enjoyment of the fruits. Enjoyment of fruits. Okay, now, so what is meant by this? All right, I donate property to you, provided that while I'm still alive, allow me to live in the place. Pag namatay, part of gross estate. Why? Because there's a reservation of possession. All right, now, I donate properties to you, provided that while I'm still alive, I get the rentals from the apartment. Again, pag namatay, part of gross estate because there is a reservation here, and notice here, this is an attribute of ownership. What else would it be? Well, not only do you have this, but also determination of who could possess or who could enjoy at the time of death. So, pag namatay, sabi niya, alright, I give the property to you, provided that when you die, you give it to X. And that's why you notice here, it's not a compulsion that Sandro should give the property to the wife. It's not a compulsion. But if there is a compulsion, then notice it would be different. That would now be considered as property existing at the time of death, therefore part of gross estate. So remember that, very, very important for you. And therefore, not included as part of included both as part of gross estates. Why? Because dito, Xavier has an interest existing at the time of his death. Dito, Sandro would have an interest existing at the time of his death. But, if it happens here that the problem is changed, it says, the will provided that Sandro should appoint Vilma as successor. Therefore, notice again that in this case here, Sandro has no interest in that property existing at the time of his death. So remember that. Right now. So, now, historical origins. Now, let's have a look at this now. Which of the foregoing assets shall be included in the taxable gross estate in the Philippines? Go back. Ralph Donald, an American, was a citizen, was a top executive of U.S. company until he retired. He came to like the Philippines so much that following his retirement, he decided to spend the rest of his life in the country. He applied for and was granted a permanent resident status the following year. Also, therefore, what is he? What is the nature and character of Donald? What is he? A resident alien. And therefore, if he's a resident alien, then what you're going to do would be try to determine, again, the extent of the interest existing in properties. Why? Kasi wherever situated, part of the gross estate, provided that he has an interest. Kung wala siyang interest, di wala. But if there's no qualification, then all the properties would form part of the gross estate. Why? Oh, why? Oh, you would say because he's a resident alien, but why? Oh, balik tayo. Okay. You would say all the properties would form part of the gross estate because he would have, again, since he is a resident alien, then all his properties, wherever situated, so part of the gross estate. But you don't stop there. Because why? Bakit nga kasama? Why does the law say so? Because if you say, merely state merely the law, sinabi mo lang because the law says so. But why does the law say so? And therefore, you must have a subsidiary discussion, and your subsidiary discussion now would say that, well, it's so, this forms part of the gross estate because he's a resident alien, is being given protection by the Philippines, and consequently, this estate should also provide support for the Philippine government. So, do not forget the why, very important yung why. So, let's go back. So, ano bang kasama daw? Which of the foregoing? So, let's go back. So, in our analysis, we'll have to look at individually, included, excluded, but when you explain in the bar to save time, you group together all those that are included, you group together all those that are excluded, and you explain. Para hindi pa ulit-ulit. So, bank deposits included, rest house included, condominium unit included, share service tax included, share service tax included, share service tax included, etc. included. And therefore, all are going to be included because Ralph Donald is a resident alien. And then you follow your discussion by saying that all going to be included because as a resident alien, he enjoys protection, etc., etc. Now, let's have a look at another problem here. So, that was 2005. What assets shall be included in the estate tax return to be filed with the BIR? Now, Cliff Robertson, an American citizen, was a permanent resident of the Philippines. Therefore, so ano ka na? Lahat na. To the extent of the interest existing at the time of his death. So, ayan, 10,000 shares, condominium unit, house and law. Lahat included. And you have the same reasoning process. And let's have a look at another one here. 94. Where was that copied? 90. Which of these properties are subject to Philippine estate tax? So, SS died on 2 September. At the time of his death, SS was a citizen of the Republic and resident of Makati. Ano siya? Resident alien. So therefore, lahat. Now, next. This is more interesting. Okay? Don't mind deductions. We'll go to deductions, although you're familiar with deductions later on, no? Now, what should be reported as part of his gross estate? So, dun lang tayo, huwag muna yung deductions. What should be reported? But notice again, you could have a combination question. As a matter of fact, there was a year when there was a combination question, and the question was asked, what forms part of the gross estate, what are the allowable deductions, and where should the estate tax return be filed, and where should the estate tax be paid? Naku, tapos kayo pag ganun. Nagyayari yan, nagbibigay. That's why I said, we'll have to go over and have a look at them one by one. Ito lang, because the critical areas, ito yung dangerous. I said, I'm sure 20% will be asked from the docket, but not necessarily the same question, not necessarily. But doctrine, estate taxation, delikado yan. So ano ngayon yun? Well, let us find out. AS, Filipino citizen, so ano ngayon yun? So therefore, but there is a twist in the problem. What is the twist in the problem? Twist in the problem is this. Are you going to include that? No. Why not? What is your reason? He does not have an interest existing at the time of his death in the car. Kaya yun ang babantayan nyo, we said. Again, everything is included, but notice, to the extent of the interest existing at the time of his death. Here, he does not have an interest existing at the time of his death in his car. So remember the 3 parameters here. All right, so be careful, and therefore, in determining, this is a general question, and therefore, let's have a look at vanishing deduction. All right, ito dapat kaya nyo din to, tapos na rin kayo ng vanishing deduction. Okay, now, all right, let's see. Same problem involving Xavier injury. Kaya sabi ko, pag nagtanong, labo-labo yan. Labo-labo, sama-sama. From the same doctrine, you would have a lot of questions to be asked. Same doctrine, right? So what is the question here? May vanishing deduction be allowed in either or both estates? So ibig sabihin, 20% pattern, ibig sabihin, 2008, nagtanong na ng vanishing deduction. Kasi 20% I hope you kept track of the 20%. I said it's more than 20%, and in 2010, I'm expecting more than 20% again to be repeated coming from 2009. So, tataka kayo, ganyan lang pala kadali ang bar, no? It's so easy, I tell you. Kalaban nyo lang talaga, Charo Santos lang kalaban nyo. Wala na kayo ibang kalaban dyan. Alright, now. So, vanishing deduction, Now, see. So, balik tayo, In 1999, Xavier purchased from his friend Yuri a painting for 500,000. The market value at the time of the purchase was 1 million. Yuri paid all the corresponding taxes. In 2001, Xavier died. In his last will and testament, Xavier bequeathed the painting, already worth 1.5 million, to his only son, Sandro. The will also granted Sandro the power to appoint his wife, Wilma, as successor to the painting in the event of Sandro's death. Sandro died in 2007, and Wilma succeeded to the property. May vanishing deduction be allowed in both estates? Alright, balik tayo. Now, what is the concept of a vanishing deduction? And why is it known as a vanishing deduction? So yun, sagutin mo na. Pag hindi mo nasagot yan, may problema ka. You would have to listen to the lecture again on vanishing deduction. Alright, first, let us understand what is meant by a vanishing deduction. By the way, vanishing deduction is also known as deductions for properties previously taxed. So in short, what it means is that there must have been a tax paid on the property. And the tax is either a donor's tax or an estate tax. So therefore, let's go back. Here, you talk about the estate of Xavier. When you talk about the estate of Xavier, was there a property that was passed to Xavier again, whereby an estate or donor's tax was paid. Was there? None. Wala naman siyang minana. Wala naman dinonate sa kanya. So there's none. Now, right, so going back. So we said that there must have been a previous estate or donor's tax paid. And why is it known as a vanishing deduction? It is known, so property previously taxed, also vanishing deduction. So we explained property previously taxed. Kasi dapat there should have been paid priorly estate or donor's tax. But why is it known as a vanishing deduction? It is known as a vanishing deduction because the deduction gradually diminishes over a period of 5 years, such that after 5 years, here, there is no deduction allowed anymore because it has disappeared. It has vanished. And therefore, you go back. You look at the estate of Sandro. Was there a property previously taxed here? Sagutin niyo muna, was there a property previously taxed? Hindi ba as we said, Xavier died having a property, a painting. When the painting was transferred to Sandro, were there taxes paid? Yes, presumably. But, notice, do you have a vanishing deduction here that is applicable? When was the tax paid? When did Xavier die? 2000, what? When did he die? Si Xavier. 2001. When did Sandro die? And therefore, is there a vanishing deduction that is allowable for Sandro? None. There was a property previously taxed, but it has vanished. So therefore, no vanishing deduction allowed. Nakasundo ba tayo rito? So I hope you've understood that. Balikan natin so that you would understand. Okay, balik tayo. When you talk about a problem involving vanishing deduction, what you should do first is determine, was there a tax paid? And the tax to be paid is either a donor's tax or an estate tax. Kung walang pinagbayaran, no property previously taxed, you don't allow vanishing deduction. Next, you have seen that in fact there was a tax that was paid, either estate or donors, but has it vanished? Pag lumagpas ng 5 years from the time that tax was paid, then it has vanished, therefore no vanishing deduction. So remember that, Now, so let's have a look at the second problem now. Okay. Yan, Question, is vanishing deduction applicable to the estate of Asunta Asuncion? Explain. Okay. While driving his car to Baguio last month, Pedro Asuncion, together with his wife Asunta and only son Jaime, met an accident that caused the instantaneous death of Jaime. The following day, Asunta also died in the hospital. The spouses and their son had the following assets and liabilities at the time of death. Question, is the vanishing deduction applicable to the estate of Asunta Asuncion? In short, was there property here that Asunta inherited or was donated to her that paid estate or donor's taxes? Yun ang tinatanong sa inyo dyan And if there was so, was it paid within a period of 5 years? Because if it's beyond 5 years, then vanished. So balikan na. Is there? Okay. Okay. Look at the factual antecedents. Again, analyze. Kasi hindi pwedeng hindi ka nag-iisip dito Analyze. Notice. When Jaime died, who were his heirs? Sinong heirs ni Jaime nung namatay siya? Who? The father and the mother. So there was a transmission from the son to the mother. You follow? And therefore, when the mother dies, is there a deduction allowed for vanishing deduction? Is there? Okay, go back. Was there any estate tax that were paid again when the property was inherited by the mother? Was there? Naku, balik tayo ulit. Okay, balik tayo. How much is the estate of Jaime? 1,700,000. Of that 1,700,000, how much went to the mother? Magkano yung sa nanay? Kalahati. Kalahati. And therefore, that one half is how much in your estimation? O maski huwag ka nang mag-compute, you should be able to answer even if you don't know how to compute. So long as you know, again, your concepts. Balik kita. What is the standard deduction from estates? Magkano? Naku, naloko na. 60% of the class have forgotten that. 1 million. So even if you don't compute, alam mo, walang babayarang estate tax. And therefore, there's no vanishing deduction because there were no estate taxes that were paid. Nasundan nyo? Ayun. Ang problema is this, no? Let's go back to your problem. I've understood the problem of 60% of this class. There are three kinds of questions. One is what I refer to as a linear question. Ang linear question, isang tanong, isang sagot, only one concept of law that is required. The second question is a serial question. Serial question requires you to use more than two concepts of law in order to answer. Then, you have the third one, the cumulative question. Cumulative questions, labo-labo yung provisions of law. Ito yan, labo-labo. Pag ang question is serial and cumulative, students get lost. Kasi you have not been trained to analyze eh. So siguro, probably next meeting, I will have to go back and teach you how to analyze. Balik tayo Wala. So remember again, wala, there's none. There's no vanishing deduction applicable to the estate of Asunta Asuncion because no taxes were paid when there was a transmission from the estate of Jaime to Asunta. This is so because there is an allowable deduction of 1 million and the estate that was inherited by Asunta is less, from the son is less than 1 million. Therefore, no estate taxes have been paid, period. Medyo naliliwanagan na kayo, That's why I said, mere lecture is nothing. Wala, baliwala yung lecture. What is important is that you're given the gun and you're taught how to use the gun. May baril ka nga, hindi mo naman alam, iputok. Hindi wala, baliwala. And I've been telling all the bar viewers, perhaps you should change the way by which bar review is being conducted. Kaya lang, matitigas lahat ang ulo. Lahat marurunong eh. But I insist, this is the only way to conduct a bar review. Discuss the concepts, and then teach the student how to use the concept. So, okay, now let's have a look at this problem now. This was asked in 2006. Vanishing deduction is built off by taxpayer too. So therefore, when you talk about vanishing deduction, you're talking about estate taxation. So correct is accounting records, not the one reduced cross, not the one, and therefore reduced is cross estate, that is the one. And then you have a general concept, what are vanishing deductions, etc. So remember, this is dangerous. Kasi dapat last year, binantay na ng estudyante yung vanishing deduction eh. Kasi may binigay ng 2008 eh. And again, ang ginagawa ko sa inyo yun, I'm showing you 2009 because of that statistical freak that 20% are always asked in the succeeding year. Kaya ito, tatandaan nyo yan, 20% na kayo dyan. Sigurado yan. Which among them, I do not know. Hindi ko nga lang alam kung exactly where, but I'm willing to bet 20% ibibigay dyan. All subjects. Donors taxation. Okay? Okay. Let's have a look at this. Is Miguel entitled to claim a Dory exclusion? Why or why not? Is Miguel entitled to the rule of reciprocity in order to be exempt from Philippines donors tax? Why or why not? Alright, balikan natin to. Interesting, By the way, what is Dory exclusion and what is the rule of reciprocity? Okay, let's find out. Miguel, a citizen and resident of Mexico, donated 1,000 worth of shares of stocks in Barak Motors Corporation, a Mexican company to his legitimate son Miguelito, who is residing in the Philippines and about to be married to a Filipino girlfriend. Mexico does not impose any transfer tax of whatever nature on all gratuitous transfers of property. Is Miguel entitled to claim a door exclusion? Why or why not? Is Miguel entitled to the rule of reciprocity or to be exempt from the Philippine donor's tax? Why or why not? Sabi ko doon sa examiner, pare, tayo lang makakasagot niyan. Kasi hindi naman natin tinuturo sa estudyante yan. What do I mean by that? Let's go back. Are you going to talk about door exclusion? Are you going to talk about reciprocity here? No. What are you going to talk about? Again, it is the situs of donor's taxation you're going to talk about. Situs. Bakit? When you talk about situs of transfer taxes, then you would have three determinants. First determinant is nationality concept. Second, again, is domiciliary concept. And the third is the concept of location. Now, in this case, you talk about donor's taxes. And when you talk about donor's taxes, you first have a look at this. Here, notice, what is he? A non-Filipino. Resident, non-resident. Where is the property located? Nasaan yung property na dinonate niya? Is it in the Philippines? No. So therefore, you don't talk about reciprocity. You don't talk about why? Because donor's taxes are not due on the transaction. Pero kung alien siya, halimbawa, alien siya, no? Alien, nandito siya sa Pilipinas. O kaya what he donated is property located in the Philippines, then there's a time you talk about reciprocity, there's a time you talk about the DORI exclusion. San kinopya yan? Kinopya mo to, no, kako? Hindi, sabi niya, uy, kako, ayan ang liwanag, kako, kinopya mo dito yan. Sa 1992, look at the problem here. Bill Morgan, a Canadian citizen, resident of Ontario, sends a gift check of $20,000 to his future, to his to be married to his only son in the Philippines. O ano, di ba kinopya? So question, is the donation, mas maganda ito, yung ginulo niya. Is the donation subject? No, not subject. So interesting, ha? That's why I said, kinokopya lang yan. Kinokopya. I hope I'm able to convince you, ha? Now, next. What is the tax consequence? None. It's not income. VAT registration. Dapat kaya nyo din to. Tapos na rin kayo ng value-added tax, ha? Okay. What have you noticed? Tapos na kayo na review, delikado pa rin. I'm not trying to discourage you, ha? What I'm really telling you is this. Probably at this late stage, again, you must shift direction. What is shifting direction? Looking at your focus. Ano ba yung focus? Ano ba talaga yung ibibigay? That's the focus. Now is not the time for you to know your law. It is too late for you to know the law. Papasa ka ng bar, magtatap ka pa, maski hindi mo naintindihan yung batas. I'm not kidding when I tell you that. What is important is that, alam mo ba yung question? Alam mo ba yung answer? So babalik ka, ano nga ba sir yung question? Ano ba yung answer? Well, go back to the history of the bar exams. Doon ka babalik. Of course, there are always crazy questions, ha? About 5 to 10% are crazy questions, never been seen before. You could not answer that using logic. But again, as I said, hanggang ganun lang nga, 5 to 10 lang, ang crazy questions. Alright, so remember that, ha? So let's go back here. So, question, what legal advice will you give him and why? And notice, it's a 20% pattern. 20% pattern, ibig sabihin, kinopya na naman from the prior year. Alright, let's go back. So, Emiliano Paupahan is engaged in the business of leasing out several residential apartment units he owns. The monthly rental for each unit ranges from 8,000 to 10,000. His gross rental income for 1 year is 1,650. He consults whether it's necessary for him to register as a VAT taxpayer. What legal advice will you give him and why? Is he required to register? Again, it's your understanding of the concept of 1.5 million. What is the 0.5 million? you know, notice, you look at the 1.5 million, it's at the bottom of the exemptions. Basahin niyo ulit, mabuti. It says there that if it is exempt, maski sobra sa 1.5 million, you don't register. It is exempt. But if it is not covered by the exemption, you're required to register only if it reaches up to 1.5 million. So, ganun ang istorya niyan, ha? Do not forget that. However, there is a however here. Even if, again, you are exempt, even if you're not covered by the VAT, if you want to register, feel free to register, and that time, you would not be paying anymore the 3% percentage. Exempt, you don't pay the percentage, you don't pay the VAT. Exempt. But again, you are not exempt. You don't reach up to 1.5 million, you pay 3%. Maliwanag na yun, ha? Maliwanag na summary yan. Balikan natin, ha? You have your VAT. Ano ba yung VAT? The first thing I would like to look at would be the exemption. Kasi if you are exempt, irrespective of the amount of the transactions, you are not compelled to register under VAT. Kung nandun ka sa exempt. Now, so, maski 1.5 million and above, if you're exempt, not required. Eto ngayon. Hindi ka exempt. Below 1.5 million ka. Are you compelled? No, you are not compelled. But if you want to, you could. Now, you are not subject to VAT because you are not, again, exempt, but you don't fall to the 1.5 million. Below 1.5 million ka. What tax are you going to pay? 3% gross. So, kung ayaw mo, pay 3% gross. Kung ayaw mo, magpa-register ka ng VAT, you pay 12%. Maliwanag yan, ha? And therefore, you look at this. The monthly rental ranges from 8 to 10,000. Okay, is this exempt? Yes. Residential unit does not exceed 10,000 per unit. Maski 100,000 yung units mo, basta per unit, you don't go beyond 10, exempt. So therefore, you are not compelled to register. So remember that. So therefore here, no, it's not necessary because you are exempt in as much as per unit does not exceed 10%, 10,000. And therefore, even if you do exceed 1.5 million, you are not compelled to register. All right, now let's go back. Okay, historical origin, San Bakinopian, 2008. All right, look at 2008. Is the non-stock non-profit liable for value-added tax in 2009? If your answer is in the negative, is it liable? Therefore, this is what I refer to as one that gives an indication of what your answer is going to be. So, anong answer mo dito? Since the follow-up question, if our answer is in the negative, is it liable? Di syempre, no ka na. Di ba? You follow? Now, therefore, now let's see. Let's have a look at this now. Green Hills Incorporated, is it, etc., non-profit association, to be able to reduce being collected, the board of directors decided to lease part of the ground floor for 120,000. Remember, this is not a residential unit. Therefore, not exempt. And therefore, if not exempt, kailan siya magpa-register? Kung ang benta niya is 1.5 million. Naliwanagan na kayo doon. Dati, litong-lito kayo dyan. Alright, so therefore, let's have a look at this now. So therefore, pinupahan niya, ang kita niya, 1.44 lang. So therefore, negative. No. Is it like, yes. Anong tax niya? 3%. Gross percentage tax. Maliwanag, ha? Ito naman nangyari. Will the assessment be liable if it increases the rental to 150,000 a month? Liable ba siya? Yes. Bakit? Aabot na siya ng 150 eh. Kasi 10 months lang. Di 1.15 million na siya, 10 months lang. Di lagpas na siya sa 1.5. Well, yes, because this time, the gross sales would be exceeding 1.5 million a year. So, subject to value-added tax. Maliwanag, ha? Now, next. VAT exempt naman. Let's see. Let's see yung VAT exempt, ha? Si Melissa. Balik ka ulit kay Melissa. So, kay Melissa, is Melissa liable to pay the value-added tax on the sale? If so, how much and why? If not, why not? Mas mahirap to. Kasi sabi, if so, how much and why? If not, why not? Kasi nakita na niya yung nakaraang taon eh. I mentioned that whenever we discuss, sabi ko, look, ito, examiner to, mabait ito. Tinuturo na kung paano answeran. Narinig niya. Nung gumawa siya, tinanggal na niya yun. Interesting, ha? Okay, so take note of that. If so, how much? So therefore, liable, sabi natin no. Why not? Okay, let's go back and have a look at VAT. When you talk about VAT on domestic transactions, in order to be subject to VAT, you must be engaged in trade or business unless exempt ka, or unless, again, here, your sales do not reach up to 1.5 million a year, or unless, under the cross-border doctrine, or under the decision doctrine, here, you are exporting. But, notice, you are not exempt from VAT there, you're merely zero-rated. Now, let's go back. So, domestic, you must generally be always engaged in trade or business. Always, ha? What about imports? Imports, you need not necessarily be engaged in trade or business to be subject to VAT. Maski hindi ka nagde-negosyo, pag imported, subject to VAT ka palagi. Domestic, must be engaged in trade or business. All right, so take note of that, ha? So therefore, not subject to VAT, because Melissa, there's no showing in the problem that Melissa is engaged in the trade and business of selling real property. In short, if what you have disposed of is a capital asset, then not subject to VAT. Why? Because the VAT is imposed only in the instances where you're subject to trade or business. Remember that now. Next. Historical origins. Notice 3 transactions which are not subject to value-added tax. So kasama na yun. Ganun din. Ito naman, January 10, engaged in sold a building for 10, is the sale subject? Yes. And therefore, how much? 12% gross. All right, so take note of that now. Okay. False and fraudulent return. Okay. Explain your answer in not more than 2 sentences. A false and a fraudulent return are one and the same. Are they one and the same, false and fraudulent return? Okay, now let's look at the distinctions here. A false return is one that is not true. A fraudulent return is one where there is a deliberate intention to deprive the government of its right to collect taxes. And here, in your explanation, you must show some distinction. And one distinction is that false return is not subject to the fraud surcharge. On the other hand, here, fraudulent return is subject to the fraud surcharge. False return is not subject to criminal prosecution. Whereas, again, fraudulent return is subject to criminal prosecution. So again, ito ang babantayan nyo. Ito, watch out for this. The prima facie evidence of a false and fraudulent return. Watch out for that. Okay, generally speaking, you have a benchmark of 30%. What is the benchmark of 30% here, generally speaking? It's either that there was a claim for deduction that is not allowed, and the claim for deduction exceeded 30% of that which is allowed, or there is an under-declaration of income, and the under-declaration is also 30%. So remember that, huh? So bantayin nyo yan. Again, there are 3 instances there. Huh? Watch out for that. What constitutes prima facie evidence of 98? Wala pang apat na taon yun. So therefore, what I'm explaining is that this might be the one that may be asked. All right. Failure to protest. Okay, let's have a look at this. Is the CTA correct in dismissing the petition for review? A final assessment notice was issued by the BIR on June 13, 2000 and received by the taxpayer on June 15, 2000. The taxpayer protested the assessment on July 31, 2000. The protest was initially given due course but was eventually denied by the Commission of Internal Revenue. Taxpayer then filed a petition for review with the Court of Tax Appeals. But the CTA dismissed the same. Is the CTA correct in dismissing the petition for review? Tama ba siya? Let's go back, ha? Balikan mo. Final assessment notice issued on June 13, received by the taxpayer on June 15. Taxpayer protested the assessment on July 31. Protest was initially given due course but was eventually denied by the Commission of Internal Revenue. Taxpayer then filed a petition for review with the Court of Tax Appeals, but the CTA dismissed the same. Is the CTA correct in dismissing the petition for review? Tama ba siya? Good. Go back. Let's look at the process. Again, go back, ha? So we said, when the taxpayer receives a notice of assessment, what should he do? Within a period of 30 days, he must what? File a protest. If he does not file a protest, what happens? The assessment notice attains a state of finality, and the Bureau of Internal Revenue could now make use of its remedies, both judicial and administrative, to collect the tax. Now, what are the effects now? Well, let's have a look at the effects. Effect is that once an assessment notice has attained the state of finality, it could not be the subject of reopening anymore. Why? BIR could not reopen the tax assessment has attained the state of finality for two reasons. One, it would now be prejudicial to the taxpayer. Why prejudicial? Because the taxpayer would never have peace of mind. Second, it will be disadvantageous to the government because, again, it might happen that there may be a reduction in the amount of taxes that may be collected. So, lugi gobyerno. On the part of the taxpayer also, you have the same reason we said, prejudicial kasi pag tinaasan yung assessment, edi tapos siya, talo siya. And therefore, here, as a result of that, the taxpayer could not pay the tax, pag final na ha, and then after having paid the tax, apply for a refund, and then, if denied, go to the Court of Tax Appeals. Why? Why? Because that will be doing indirectly which he is not allowed to do directly, which is to reopen an assessment that has attained a state of finality. Kasi, pag umakyat siya sa Court of Tax Appeals, di i-reopen ng Court of Tax Appeals yun, but it has already attained the state of finality. Therefore, he could not do indirectly, which he is not allowed to do directly, which is, again, to reopen. All right, so therefore, let's go back here. Notice. Is the CTA correct? Yes, CTA is correct. Why? Finality na eh. Na-receive niya June 15, and therefore is only what? Up to June 16, within which to file the protest. He protested only on July 31. So wala na, putok na. So therefore, no more. It has attained state of finality because of the failure to protest within the reglementary period of 30 days from receipt of the notice of assessment. All right, now let's see. Let's have a look at the historical antecedent here, okay? Okay, 97. All right, could the petition still be entertained? Taxpayer received on 15 January an assessment for an internal tax deficiency. Taxpayer, instead of questioning the assessment he received on 15 January, paid on 1 March the deficiency tax assessed. Taxpayer requested a refund by submitting a written claim for refund on 1 March 2008. It was denied. The taxpayer, on March 15, 2008, filed a petition for review. Could the petition still be entertained? Okay, notice again. So, here, the assessment notice was received on 15 January 2008. And therefore, when the tax was paid on 1 March, what is the status of the assessment? What is the final? So therefore, it could not be reopened anymore. Now, okay, that's 97. This was copied from 1980. An assessment has already become final and executory for failure of taxpayer to contest or appeal the same. May he pay the tax? No more. So remember that. So it's the same, basically the same. And compromise is also very, very dangerous for you. Delikado ang compromise. Okay? When the financial position of the taxpayer demonstrates a clear inability to pay the tax, the commissioner may validly compromise the tax liability. True or false? Madaling answer niyan, but explain in not more than 2 sentences. So, question. May the commissioner, whenever the financial position demonstrates a clear inability, may validly compromise? Yes. Validly compromise. And then in the explanation, you would now have to state here that if the amount exceeds 1 million pesos and the amount of the compromise is below 10% of the basic tax, that the commissioner could not enter into a compromise. Balikan natin kasi nakalimutan nyo na naman yung compromise. Alright, let's go back. Here, the Commissioner of Internal Revenue has the authority to compromise, provided that the amount does not reach up to 1 million, and provided further that if the ground for the compromise is financial inability to pay, it should not go below 10% of the basic tax, and provided further that if it is based again on doubtful validity of the assessment, it should not go below 40% of the basic tax. If the amount here exceeds 1 million, or even if the amount does not exceed 1 million, but the amount of the compromise should go below the 10 and 40 limitation, then it should always be the National Evaluation Board, not the Commissioner of Internal Revenue. And provided further that if the amount does not exceed 500,000, then it may be delegated to the regional offices. So yun ang konsepto when you talk about a compromise. But that is not the one I'm looking for. What I'm looking for, what I'm looking at is that here, the question might be, what are the cases that may be the subject of a compromise and what are the cases that may not be the subject of a compromise? Yun ang delikado. And therefore, let's just do a quick rundown. We'll revisit them later on. All right. Now, what are the cases that may be the subject of a compromise? And what are those that may not be the subject of a compromise? Delinquent accounts may be the subject of a compromise, provided that there is no final schedule of payments yet. Because if there is a final schedule of payments, could not anymore be the subject of a compromise. Likewise, withholding taxes could not be the subject of a compromise. Hindi mo pwedeng i-compromise pag withholding taxes. Alright. Likewise, also, during, again, administrative protest, whether it's pending, again, with the Office of the Commissioner, again, large taxpayer service, legal service, compliance service, could still be the subject of a compromise. Likewise, but remember that the 2 grounds, there are only 2 grounds for a compromise, financial incapacity to pay, or again, doubtful validity of the assessment. Now, right, what else would it be? Again, court civil cases. Do you remember we said there is a denial of the protest, then the taxpayer could proceed to the Court of Tax Appeals Division. And in that case, that could still be the subject of a compromise. Or collection cases could still be the subject of a compromise. Now, likewise, you remember we said that the taxpayer files a protest, 3 questions. Supposing that the protest now results to a readjustment, there is now a reduction of the tax to be collected, and the taxpayer signs an agreement that could not be anymore the subject of a compromise. Hindi na. Now, court cases decided with finality. They could not be compromised based upon doubtful validity. Bakit? Dinicide na ng husgado eh. So wala na, it's not doubtful validity anymore. Question, could it be the subject of a compromise based on financial incapacity to pay? Pwede ba? No. Why not? When you appeal to the Court of Tax Appeals, unless there is an order issued by the CTA ordering the suspension of the tax, the BIR could collect the tax. So, pag umapila ka, ibig sabihin, there is a bond that's filed, either a cash bond or a surety bond, and therefore, it could not be the subject of a compromise based on financial incapacity to pay. But look at the problem very well. Alright, anta mo na, balikan ko na. Kalituhan tayo doon na. Okay, ganito. Okay. there is a denial by the commissioner of the protest. Denied yung protest. So, aakit ka sa Court of Tax Appeals. Question, could the BIR, during the pendency of the case, collect? Yes. Oh, when could it be stopped from collecting? It is an order issued by the Court of Tax Appeals suspending the collection of the tax. Now, question, what are the grounds for the issuance of an order suspending the collection of the tax? Crazy. Isipin nyo, kalokohan. Bakit? O what are the grounds? O, isipin nyo. If the collection of the tax is prejudicial to whom? Hindi ba kalokohan yun? Hindi nyo naisip? Prejudicial to the interest of the taxpayer or to the government. By all means, how could it be prejudicial to the interest of the government? Collection ng tax yun eh. Hindi ba? But you write that because that's what the law says. Hindi nyo naisip? Grounds prejudicial to the interest of the government or to the taxpayer. Paano magiging prejudicial yung kukolekta ang gobyerno? Paano prejudicial sa gobyerno yun? You could argue by saying, kasi pag mali, government will be forced to return and pay interest. But even then, napakinabangan na ng gobyerno yung pera. Did you notice? Kasi nga, as I said, kabisote, hindi naman iniisip, ano ba yan? Let's go back. And coupled with that is a posting either of a cash bond amounting to the taxes paid or a surety bond should not exceed double the tax that is due. So therefore, in that case, there could be no compromise based on financial incapacity to pay. Bakit? Kasi may hahabulin na bond eh. You understand now? So balik tayo. So, take note of that. Now, what else? Again, you notice again that if it is an estate tax, it could not be compromised based on a financial incapacity to pay. Hindi pwede. Now, let's go back. What about criminal cases? Could they be the subject of a compromise? Yes, provided that the criminal case does not involve criminal tax fraud, and provided, again, that the case has not yet been filed in court. So therefore, even if not yet filed in court, if it involves criminal tax fraud as determined by the BIR or its agents, then in that case, again, not subject to a compromise. It would only be the subject of a compromise here if it has not involved criminal tax fraud and it has not yet been filed in court. Once filed in court, or even if not filed in court, it involves criminal tax fraud, could not be the subject of a compromise. So, balik tayo. So, therefore, historical origins. Ayan. Under what conditions may authorize to compromise the payment again? Conditions, again, would be, as we said, amount and percentage. So, remember that, not more than 1 million, and again, here, not below any of this, and therefore here, explain the authority to compromise, 96. And again, when may the commissioner compromise taxes? Alright, so remember that now. What about the prescriptive period for collection of taxes? Dapat dito, masagot nyo na ito. So, batting average nyo, disqualified pa rin kayo. Di ba mas let's go back. Okay. Assume that the CTA's decision dismissing the petition for review has become final, may the Commission legally enforce the collection of the delinquent tax. Okay, see. A final assessment was issued by the BIR on June 13, 2000 and received by the taxpayer on June 15. Taxpayer protested the assessment on July 31. The protest was initially given due course but was eventually denied by the Commissioner of Internal Revenue in a decision dated June 15, 2005. Taxpayer then filed a petition for review, but the CTA dismissed the same. Assume that the CTA's decision dismissing the petition has become final, may the Commissioner legally enforce the collection of the delinquent tax. Again, it is always, again, as we said, kaya ka hindi nakakasunod because you did not read the problem with an interactive mind in a problem-solving mode. What do I mean? Reading the problem with an interactive mind and a problem-solving mode. Again, here, when you look at the problem, you look at the events and then give them legal significance. All right, so therefore, let's go back and analyze giving them legal significance. And remember, it is an exercise that you must do. That is the only way for you to get it. So therefore, when the final assessment was received by the by the taxpayer on June 15, and the taxpayer did not protest seasonably, what happened now to the assessment? Final. And if it has a state of finality, when does the prescriptive period within which to collect should run? When should it run? Time of what? It is from the time of the issuance of the assessment notice, not from the time of finality. Issuance. Yan. June 13, 2000. And therefore, what is the prescriptive period now? I don't know what are the views of Professor Sababan and Justice De Mampao, no? Is it 3, 5, and 10, or is it 5 and 10? Ano ba ang view nila? Okay. Again, don't mind me, ha? Don't mind me. In practice, I insist, and there are instances when the BIR backtracks, I insist that it is 3 years from the time, again, of the issuance of the assessment notice. Why? What is my authority? Section 203 of the National Internal Revenue Code. But there are some who maintains it is 5 years from the issuance of the assessment notice. And their authority is Section 222. So sabi ko, hanapin mo yung 222. Wala yan. Why? Because Section 222 talks about an extended assessment and also talks about a false or fraudulent return or a failure to file a tax return. Hanapin mo. Meron bang nakakabit sa 222 about a taxpayer who filed his return regularly? None. Kaya nagbabacktrack sila eh. Kasi gusto kong i-elevate, ayaw nilang pa-elevate eh. Kasi pag in-elevate, na-affirm yung 3 years, eh, hindi na sila makakapambola. Di ba? Wala na. Or you look at 222, A, B, and C. None. Always talks about a false or fraudulent return. Tignan mo yung 222 mo. Or failure to file a return or an extended assessment. Oh, but for the bar, I think most of the reviewers talk about a 5-year period. Why? Because they are either non-practitioners or they are with the BIR. But for the bar, I said, ikabit nyo 5 years from the issuance of the assessment. Okay. Okay, let's go back. So nakakaintindihan tayo, huwag nyo gamitin yung 3 years ko. Pag nag-practice na kayo, doon nyo ipilit yung 3 years. But look at 222 and tell me whether I'm correct or not. Sinong tama? As I said, but again, in the bar, there are instances, kasabihin sa Tagalog, kung kailan tama ang mali. Doon, tama ang mali. Remember that, Huwag kayong masyadong marunong, Mahirap masyadong marunong. Ang marunong masyado, binabaril sa luneta. Let's go back. So therefore, 5 years from 2000, June 3rd, is June 14, 2005. You follow? Kailan nangungulekta ang BIR? Kailan? Kailan siya nangungulekta? After June 15, 2005. Okay, balikan natin. Okay. Let me talk about here the prescriptive period for collection. Kasi nakalimutan nyo na, nahilo na kayo. Okay. The prescriptive period for collection is 2. Either there is an assessment notice or there's no assessment notice. Either there's an assessment notice or no assessment notice. In the instance where you have a false or fraudulent return, or there's no return that all is filed, under Section 222, the prescriptive period to collect, if there's no assessment notice, is 10 years again from the discovery of the falsity of the fraud or failure to file a return. Walang assessment notice yan. Now, if there is an assessment notice, whether it is an extended assessment or any kind of assessment, even if it is an assessment premised upon a false or fraudulent return, then the prescribed period is 5 years from the issuance of the assessment notice. Issuance of the assessment notice. Now, but remember, so 5 years from the issuance of the assessment notice. But do not forget also, there are events that suspends the running of the prescribed period. Yun ang bantay nyo, delikado, because when you compute, it is as if the 5-year period had lapsed. But if it is suspended, then even if it has begun beyond the 5-year period, the BIR will still have the authority to collect. It has not yet prescribed. Why? Because the running of the prescribed period was suspended. Alright. What are the instances? Balikan natin para hindi kayo confused. No assessment notice, and this is applicable only to 3 instances under Section 222, is that false or fraudulent return, or there's a failure to file a return, then it is 10 years from discovery of the false or the fraud or failure to file a return. 10 years, no assessment notice. Now, but if there is an assessment notice, whether the assessment notice is issued again premised upon a false or fraudulent return or extended assessment or regular return, then it should be 5 years from the issuance of the assessment notice. So, maliwanag and that is what's illustrated in the problem. Now, notice again. Now, however, there are events that suspend the running of the prescribed period within which to collect, also within which to assess. First, if the Bureau of Internal Revenue is prevented from making the collection and within 60 days thereafter, then suspended. Suspended, it does not run. So, even if you look at the problem, parang lagpas na ng 5 years, hindi pa rin. Why? Because the running of the period was stopped. It was suspended. Now, that's one instance. Likewise, if there was a warrant of restraint and levy issued, but no properties could be found, then again, suspended. If the taxpayer could be found in the address shown in the return, suspended. If the taxpayer is outside of the Philippines, suspended. So those are the events that I would like to watch out for. So therefore, in this case, I said, you analyze, balikan natin. So you always give legal significance to events. So therefore, final assessment was issued June 13, received by the taxpayer on June 15, therefore taxpayer has a period of 30 days. But since the taxpayer did not seasonably file, then what happens is that the BIR could now use its administrative and judicial remedies within which to collect, and the prescribed period of 5 years starts to run from the issuance of the assessment notice, and therefore, Bureau of Internal Revenue has only up to June 14, 2005 within which to collect, and notice again, decision was issued June 15 beyond the prescribed period, and therefore, the BIR could not anymore collect because it has prescribed. And you explain why it has prescribed. So, nakita how simple it is. Let me go back then. So, in all the subjects, when you analyze, always give legal significance to events. Pag hindi mo binigyan ng legal significance, you would not be able to analyze. So, namamana ka sa dilim pagdating sa bottom. So, look at that now. Historical origins. All right, let's have a look at this. Decide the case. Okay, what are you supposed to decide? On August 5, 2006, give legal significance, Adamson filed a request for reconsideration of the deficiency withholding tax assessment of July 10, 2006, covering the taxable year of 2003. Okay, so let's go back. You have a tax assessment of July 10, 2006, covering the taxable year of 2003. Okay. So, what legal significance are you going to look at there? Anong legal significance mo? In short, is the assessment valid? Because if the assessment is valid, the BIR could always collect on a valid assessment provided not yet prescribed. But if the assessment is invalid, you don't look at prescription anymore. Did you follow? So, balik ka. So, even if he questioned that, it doesn't really matter. So, therefore, is the assessment seasonably issued? Taxable year, 2003. Okay. What are the prescribed periods then for the issuance of an assessment notice. You would have a general rule and you would have two exceptions. What is the general rule? 3 years, what? Computed from the time, what? Hindi assessment nga ito eh. Ano yung period within which to issue an assessment notice? So 3 years computed from when? Wrong. Yun ang problema. Alright. Alright. Let me reinstitute again. Let me recall to mind concepts. Concepts. Balik tayo sa concept. Again. Okay, let me illustrate again on the board. No? Ano nga, 3 years nga, pero saan ka magbibilang ng 3 years? That is the problem. Alright, now, see. So again, I keep telling my students, do not presume that you know, you must know. Wag yung akala mo alam mo, siguraduhin mo talagang alam mo. Okay, let's go back. Let's look at the chart here. And when you look at the chart, I always look at time. This is time, for example. This is time. This is time. Time ito. This is time. When you look at this, what it means, you go forward in time. You go forward in time, no? And therefore, when you look at this benchmark, let's look at the benchmark, for example, of April 15. April 15. Now, you go back again and determine that when you talk about individuals and corporations, again, there is a variability insofar as the taxable periods are concerned. Why variability? Because individuals are always mandated to use a calendar year, but when you talk about a corporation, allowed to use either a calendar year or a fiscal year. And therefore, a calendar year is January 1 to December 31. But when you talk about a fiscal year, it is always any 12 consecutive months. Now, and therefore, if it is a calendar year, it should be filed no later than April 15. Okay. You have a taxpayer. If it is a fiscal year, we'll talk about that later on. But at this point in time, it's not important because there has been no question asked involving a fiscal year. None. But who knows? There is always a first time. Now, so therefore, let's have a look at the taxpayer who loves his government so much that he makes it a point to file always his tax return on February 14. So, what is the concept here? The concept is that the prescriptive period of 3 years is computed from the time the tax return was filed or should have been filed, whichever is the later of the two. So remember, let's go back. The time when the tax return was filed or should have been filed, whichever is the later of the two. So therefore here, in this case, it should not be computed from February 14, it should be computed from April 15. Why? Because April 15 is the later. Now, let's go back. Supposing again that this individual hates his government so much that he makes it a point always to file his tax return on November 1. Bakit November 1? Kasi November 1 is the Day of the Dead. Anong connection nun? You look at your initials, RP. The only thing lacking is I and all of us will be dead. Diba? RP o I, RIP. Kaya November 1. Okay, so, in this case, when it should be? November 1. But you must explain. Okay, let's explain. If the tax return was filed on February 14, the starting point of the 3-year period is April 15. Why? Because here it should be computed from the time the return was filed on February 14 or April 15, whichever is the later. And since April 15 is the later, then it should be April 15. So, ganun din dito. Here, the 3-year period should be computed from the time the return was filed or should have been filed. And since November 1 is the later, then it should be computed from November 1. So therefore, you're familiar with that now. So, let's go back here. So, withholding tax assessment of July 10, 2006, covering the taxable period of 2003. So, therefore, kung 2003, when it should be, so therefore, technically 2000. So, therefore, pasok pa to. It's still a valid assessment. Okay, so you follow now. Therefore, after administrative hearings, the original assessment of 150 was reduced. So therefore, what is the effect when there was a request for reconsideration of the deficiency withholding tax? What is the effect there? It suspended the running of the prescriptive period within which to collect. So remember that again, prescriptive period is suspended. Okay, now, so therefore, so notice again, it stopped as of August 5. So, notice again, July 10, again, up to August 5, tumakbo, and then it was suspended on August 5. So after administrative hearings, original assessment was reduced and a modified assessment was issued on August 5, 2008. So therefore, what is the effect? When there was issued now the modified assessment as of August 5, 2008, what happened then? It is started to run again from August 5, 2008. Now, other persons failed and refused to pay. Consequently, BIR brought an action for collection on September 15, 2008. Moved to dismiss. On the government's right to collect, no, it has not prescribed because the running of the period was suspended. O, ganun lang answer mo doon. Now, next, let's have a look at this one. So, if you are the lawyer of Mr. and Mrs. Sebastian, what possible defense or defenses will you raise in behalf of your clients against the action of the BIR in enforcing collection of the tax by the summary remedies of warrants of distraint and levy? Ano depensa mo? Okay. Mr. Sebastian is a seaman employed by a Norwegian. He and his wife filed a joint income tax return for 1999 on March 15, 2000. After an audit, the BIR issued on April 20, 2003 a deficiency income tax assessment in the sum of 250. For failure to pay during the period stated, BIR issued on August 19 warrants of distraint and levy. Tanong, ano depensa mo? Balik tayo. Legal significance of events again, ha? So therefore, they filed a joint income tax return on March 15, 2000. So therefore, if they filed it in March 15, 2000, when should the 3-year prescriptive period start to run? Not on March, but on April 15. So the BIR has only a period of 3 years again within which to issue 3 years, and therefore, when the assessment notice was issued on April 20, what is the nature of that assessment notice? It is a prescribed assessment notice, and therefore, defense would be the BIR could not collect upon a prescribed assessment, etc. But how did you arrive at that? Because you said you gave legal significance to the events as you saw them. So pag hindi ka nagbibigay ng legal significance, pagdating mo sa dulo, yun ang sagot mo, Di ba? So be careful again. That is an exercise I would like to do not only for taxation but all other subjects. When you see, you give legal significance. So that by the time you reach the bottom, may alam mo na kung ano isasagot mo. Ang problema is that if you could not recall the law that is supposed to be applicable. Yun lang ang problema. Kaya nga, it is always maalala mo kaya. Learning all these techniques, it is maalala mo kaya, there's going to be a problem, which I do think anybody could help you there. Hindi ka wala makakatulong sa'yo nun. Alright, let's have a look at another one. So remember again, as I said, you must learn how to give legal significance to events. Alright, let's go back. Okay. It was argued by Fitness that the right of the BIR to collect its alleged deficiency taxes by virtue of the warrant of distraint had already prescribed. All right, let's look. Give legal significance and then analyze. Okay. Fitness is a domestic corporation engaged in the manufacturing and sale of nutritional products. It pays royalties to its foreign licensor. After investigation, they were sent on December 17, 2003, a notice of assessment to Fitness for allegedly failing to remit, etc. So, 2003. It demanded payment. Notice was received by Fitness on December 19, 2005. So therefore, what should Fitness do? Anong gagawin niya? Pag nakareceive siya ng notice of assessment, he must what? Anong gagawin niya? Protest. On February 4, 2006, Fitness protested. So ano ngayon nangyari? Final. So therefore, if it is final, considering the problem at the bottom, what must you look for? What date must you look for? The date when the assessment notice was issued. And you now start computing how many years from December 17, 2003? 5 years. So therefore, the BIR has only a period of up to December 18, 2004, 5, 6, 7, 8, 8 within which to collect. Barring what? Barring what? Events that suspends the running of the prescribed period. So kung wala kang makitang event na nag-stop, nag-suspend, diretso siya. Hindi siya kumulekta, December 18, 2008, prescribed. You notice again, what's most important that you must give legal significance to events. You train yourself. Wala kayong choice eh. That is the only way to analyze. You don't do that, tapos ka. And that is what should have been taught at the beginning. Ibig sabihin, bago ka mag-review, tinuro na sa'yo yan. That's why in other review centers, I would not mention the name of the review center, no? Like for example, hindi, wag na. They always give instructions that should always be the first one to lecture. Kasi nga, parang yung estudyante, alam na niya yung gagawin niya. Hindi yung sa huli lang matututunan, hindi pa naman huli, no? But iba na yung andami mo ng exercise. Di ba? Okay, let's go back. So therefore, that's what you must look for. Now, therefore, ito, when there was a protest, did it suspend the running of the prescribed period? No, it doesn't suspend. And therefore here, notice, kailan in-issue? December 8. So therefore, on December 10, the commissioner rendered a decision. Did it suspend? No. So, was not satisfied? It filed. Did it suspend? No. On February 7, 2009, BIR issued a warrant of distraint. Notice. When was the BIR trying to collect? Only when? February 7. So ano? Anong depensa mo? Prescribed na. So remember that. That's why I said it's so easy. Now let's go back. Have a look at another one. What about tax refund? There is a little problem here. Now let's see. Does ABCD have the legal personality to file the refund on behalf of its non-resident stockholders? Notice this again, 20%. Ibig sabihin, 2008, may binigay ng ganyan. Kinopya lang. Okay, now. Is the contention of ABCD correct? Ano ba yung contention niya? Why or why not? All right, let's see. ABCD is a domestic corporation with individual and corporate shareholders or residents of the U.S. For the second quarter of 1983, these U.S.-based individual and corporate stockholders received cash dividends from the corporation. The corresponding withholding tax on dividend, 30% for individual, 35%, notice again, the examiner was living in the past. Kasi, ayan, is it fair? It's not fair, but again, ang problema mo is that when you started your law schooling from first year up to fourth year, were you treated fairly? Hindi yung tanong ko sa'yo. You're sneakering, no? So I presume your answer is you were not treated fairly. In the bar, you're not going to be treated fairly again. But you are supposed to be disciples of justice. So the question is, why is it then that from the first year up to the time that you take the bar, you have been treated unfairly when you're trained to be disciples of justice? What is the reason behind that? There is a reason behind that. You notice again, if you are the victim of injustice, you have seen the face of injustice, and therefore, when you become a lawyer, you should not again commit injustice against your fellow men. Yun ang rason. E diferensya, yung abogado, nakakalimutan niya. He's the first disciple of injustice kasi gustong bumawi. Hindi ganun. So remember that, when you become lawyers, you are a disciple of justice, and therefore, you have seen the face of injustice, you've been the victim of injustice, you should never commit injustice against your fellow men. Huwag niyong kalimutan yun, ha? Okay, let's go back. End of sermon. Go back to the lesson. So, huwag niyong intindihin pag ganyan, ha? Pag nakita mo yung ganyan, something is wrong, you look for the factual antecedents. Para at least you would cite yourselves, ha? So alam mo, hindi ka magrereklamo. Now, go back. On May 15, ABCD filed a formal claim for refund, alleging that under the USPT, the deduction withheld at source earned was fixed at 25%. Thus, asserted overpaid the withholding tax given. On January 17, ABCD filed a petition with the Court of Tax Appeals reiterating its demand. Does ABCD have their legal personality? Does it have? Again, remember again, Procter and Gamble. Yes. But there is a warning here. All right, let's go back. Let's explain. And the answer again is, this is correct, and let's talk about this. Now, under the case of Procter & Gamble, a withholding tax agent is considered as a taxpayer for purposes of refund. Why? Because if the withholding tax agent does not do the appropriate withholding, then the tax shall be collected from it. Siya magbabayad ng tax. So remember that, Now, but there is a contra. In the case of Anscor, Andres Soriano Corporation, the Supreme Court held specifically that a withholding tax agent is not a taxpayer for purposes of tax amnesty. Why? Because the fact that the withholding tax agent is made to pay the tax does not mean that the tax is due from it. It is because that is a penalty imposed for failure to withhold. So remember, you must look at the problem therefore. Is it withholding tax refund? If it is refund, then yes, withholding tax agent is a taxpayer because if he doesn't pay the tax, tax is going to be collected from him or from it. On the other hand, if it is tax amnesty, then it's not here the taxpayer because the fact that the tax is collected from him or from it is because of the fact that it is a penalty imposed for failure to withhold. Maliwanag yan, don't mix them up. All right, so 20% pattern. Let's look at the prior year's problem. Okay. Question. As BIR lawyer, can the BIR lawyer raise the defense that debt is not the proper party? Explain. As lawyer handling the case, would you raise the defense of prescription in your answer to the claim for tax credit? Prescription naman ito, Notice. So this is the same except for prescription. Let us go back. DEF is a wholly owned subsidiary. Starting December 15, paid annual royalties for the use of the Altus software as withholding agent. Withholding tax was paid on January 10, the following year. On April 10, 2009, DEF filed a written claim for tax credit. Okay. When should the application for refund or credit be made under 229, Section 229? When should it be made? Application for refund or credit. 2 years from the time the tax was paid. So therefore, you analyze. Nag-file lang siya ng claim 209. So therefore, 206 and 207. And therefore, in this case, has it prescribed? Analyze nyo. But I said, it is most important that you must analyze. Kasi nakita mo na yung problem eh. Would you raise the defense of prescription in your answer to the claim for tax credit? Okay, so let's go back. So, question. Following day, file the petition for review. Question. For 2006, are you going to raise the defense of prescription? 2006. Okay, balikan natin. When was the tax paid? Starting December 15, annual royalties. Again, final tax was paid January 10 of the following year. So when you talk about the following year, then December 2006 must have been paid when? January 10, 2007. So therefore here, both 2006 and 2007, has it prescribed? Yes. Why? 2 years from the time the tax was paid. Paid January 10, 2007. Okay, balikan natin. Kasi ito, look, starting December 15, paid royalties to DEF. Sa DEF nagbayad. Hindi pa nare-remit sa gobyerno withholding tax, again, remitted on January 10. it's not the payment again to the one who's entitled to the royalties that triggers the prescribed period. It's payment to the government. Oh, so since paid following year, then 7, therefore prescribed. Now let's address this. Oh, can the lawyer raise the defense? No, could not raise the defense. Why? Again, same problem, Procter and Gamble. But could you raise the defense of prescription? Yes. So ang tanong na, kung baguhin niya ang problem, oh, will the case prosper? It will not prosper because of prescription. All right, so let's go back now. O, saan kinopya yan? That was 2008. Saan kinopya yan? Oh, that was copied 1999. Oh, BR attacked the capacity as agent to bring the refund case. And therefore here, ACO is the wholly owned subsidiary. Trademark license agreement, February 10, 2008, remitted to the BICO royalties, of which subjected to withholding tax. On March 20, 2009, filed the claim for refund, denied the claim for refund, filed the petition for review, question, attacked the capacity. Edi, pareho ng answer. Now, next. 1999 was copied from where? Copied from 1992. Will Corporation X case prosper? Explain. Corporation X declared cash dividends in favor of its non-resident, etc., from which the amount on tax dividends withheld. Under the RPU's tax treaty, deductions allowed as a credit were the fixed, etc. Corporation X filed a claim for refund. And sabi ng court, no, you are not the real party in interest. Again, but neither can you claim because you have failed to show authorization. It will prosper. Withholding tax agent is considered as a taxpayer, etc. About alas 12 ba? Okay, so somebody, therefore, let's have a break. Let's come back at about, what time are you supposed to come back? Pwedeng mas maaga? 1:30? Ayaw nyo? Di sige. 2 o'clock up to what time? 2 to 6. Sige, let's come back at 2 o'clock then, ha? Okay. She's complaining because I go too fast. I go too fast because this is just a recapitulation. I'm not starting the review in taxation. You're finished with your review on taxation. I'm just consolidating. Nagko-consolidate lang ako eh. Dapat alam nyo na. Ano? O, sabi niya mabilis na. Yes. Siyempre. I'll go slowly next time, ha? questions have been asked, and let's have a look at them first, no? Okay. Let's have a look at the first question here. First question is, what if the taxpayer opted to wait for the decision of the commissioner after the lapse of 180 days? Will he be given a period within which to wait for the decision? Actually, there is no period that's given. That's why the usual statement is that you should wait until hell freezes over, and therefore here said, you could wait indefinitely. There is no fixed period. In the past, again, you should not wait. Therefore, what means that in the past, if you don't apply, or you don't file a petition for review within a period of 30 days, you lose your right. But under the amendment, you don't lose your right. The only thing to do is wait for the decision. It might take years, but you have the option to wait. So do not forget that. Huh? And then the other question here is this. Can a taxpayer appeal to the CTA when the statement is issued pending resolution of the protest is a categorical denial of the protest necessary? Now, this is different. This is different. No? Okay. So, when you talk about the issuance, the case that is appropriate here is the case of union shipping. Union shipping. All right, let me give you the factual antecedents of union shipping. The problem was this. There was a protest that was filed, and again, it was denied by the Commissioner of Internal Revenue. And then, this was the subject of a petition for review filed before the Court of Tax Appeals on the basis that there was a denial, again, of the protest. Ito ngayon ang problema. Question, is there a denial of the protest here? Well, if there was a specific denial, express denial, then that could be the subject of a petition for review with the Court of Tax Appeals. But the problem is that, supposing there was no express denial, instead, what happened was that, during the pendency of the protest, there was immediately issued here a warrant of restraint and levy during the pendency of the denial. Now, question, could you appeal that on the basis that that is a denial of the protest? Let's go back para hindi kayo magkalituhan. If the protest was denied specifically, expressly, then there is no controversy. There should now be filed a petition for review. Now, question, if there is a petition for review filed, but there was also immediately after there was a petition for review filed, the BIR issued a warrant of restraint. Does the BIR have the right to do that? Yes, it has the right to do that. But what would the taxpayer do in order to protect his interest? What should be done now is to file a motion for the issuance of an order suspending the collection of the tax. Ganun ang remedy niya. But now supposing what happened was this. There was a protest that was filed, and during the pendency of the protest, what happened was that there was already a warrant of restraint and levy. So in short, there was a pendency of protest, but the BIR is already collecting. Now, question, could that be the subject of a petition for review? Now, you would have to look at the factual antecedents very well. Why? If the basis for the filing of the petition for review is that there is a denial of the protest, then that's not the proper remedy. Why? There's no denial of the protest. Why is it there's no denial of the protest? Because notice, the mere fact that there was issued a warrant of restraint and levy is not a denial. But remember again, could that be the subject of a petition for review? Yes, but on another ground. What would be the basis now? Let's go back. The basis is not because there was a denial of the protest. And what would then be the basis? The basis should be there was a decision by the Commissioner on other matter arising under the provisions of the National Internal Revenue Code, because the authority of the Commissioner to issue the warrant of restraint is premised upon other provisions of the National Internal Revenue Code. So remember that, could be the subject of a petition for review, but not on the basis that it is a denial of the protest, but upon the basis that there was a decision on other matter arising under the provisions of the National Internal Revenue Code. So do not forget that. That is, again, a concept that I would all like you to remember, and that's very important for you. Now, remember we said, a while ago, I was saying that you have a little problem insofar as analysis is concerned. And therefore, I said, I would want to go back and discuss for you the manner by which you're going to analyze, the manner by which you're going to prepare your answer. All right, now let's have a look at this, therefore. So, you have the outline of an ideal answer. Remember that this is an ideal answer. So first, you should have a conclusion. So it doesn't matter whether that paragraph is composed of a couple of sentences or composed only of one sentence, then you should have the conclusion. Then your second paragraph should be a concise statement of the black letter rule. Question, what is the black letter rule? The black letter rule, you look at your books and you would notice that there are some items there that are in bold. And usually, those that are in bold are provisions of law. And consequently, these are referred to as the black letter rule. So the black letter rule is nothing more than the provisions of law or the jurisprudence. So that is the black letter rule. Now, having said that, you have the third portion, which is interweaving, and this is very important for you to remember. The concept of interweaving, in short, joining together the concepts. I'll teach you how to interweave in a little while. And here, don't mind this, and notice again, I would like you to remember the concept that's known as set theory. You're familiar with this, because this was already, you learned this when you were in grade 2 or grade 3. That is, if you could remember way back, no? But is this not familiar, this particular drawing? This should be familiar. Now, even if you don't know set theory, you just follow the concept I'm going to teach you, and therefore you'll be able to understand what it's all about. Again, so, don't mind bijection. That is a mathematical concept, by the way, yeah? Okay, let's have a look at this, and let's look at how you're going to make use of this for your analysis. Notice again, mamaya tingnan natin, ha? So, no bijection, don't mind this also. Instead, we're going to have a look at this. And therefore, fourth paragraph, if there's time, explain policy and principles, and then if still you have time and your answer is lengthy, then you come up with your conclusion. But what is the concept here when you talk about the realistic answer? No? You should have only at the most 3 sentences. Realistic answer. Why? Because 5 paragraphs, you won't be able to have time. And therefore, you analyze. When you look at the number of questions, and there are so many subdivisions, use the 3 paragraph rule. Now, but if not, then use the now. Therefore, let's go back. Let's have a look at this now. This is the one that I would like you to take note of. All right, now. So, what do you mean by this? You look at this set B. Set B should be the legal elements, and set A would have to be the factual elements. So, when you look at this, and you find out that all the legal elements would have factual equivalence, then the law finds application. For example, you talk about theft. You have all the elements of theft. When you look at the problem, then you would notice that there is a one-to-one correspondence between the legal elements and the factual elements. Therefore, there is theft. On the other hand, you look at the concept, again, don't write bijection, don't write no bijection, because your examiner would never understand that. Because that's purely mathematical in concept. And therefore, when you look at this, you have the legal elements, but notice, there are 2 elements here which do not have any factual equivalence. Therefore, in that case, then the law does not apply. There is no theft. All right, let's look at an illustration again using the concept of taxation, because the subject is taxation, and therefore you should be able now to make use of this. All right, let's have a look at this particular problem then, and let's see. Again, ACO protested the assessment on the ground that it has prescribed. So therefore, what are you going to look for here? What you're going to look for here would be the elements of prescription. And you now look at the factual elements and find out whether the legal elements of prescription here have factual equivalence. If there is factual equivalence, then it would have prescribed. One of the legal elements don't have any factual equivalence, then prescription has not set in. So that's the way how I would like you to analyze. And therefore, let's have a look at the problem first. ACO, a Philippine corporation, filed its 2004 income tax return on April 15, 2005, showing a net loss. On November 10, 2005, it amended its 2004 ITR to show more losses. After the tax investigation, the BIR disallowed certain deductions claimed by ACO, putting ACO in a net income position. As a result, on August 5, 2008, the BIR issued a deficiency income tax assessment against ACO. ACO protested the assessment on the ground that it has prescribed. So the issue here would be the factual elements involving prescription. And let's now find out. Prescription of what? Prescription of assessment. So, what is the prescriptive period for the issuance of a notice of assessment? Well, you've seen this already. And we said here, it's time, filed February 14, then went to be filed April 15, and November 1, you have seen that. So it's always again, that time when the return was filed or should have been filed, whichever is the later of the two. Here, this is the later, therefore you use that. Now, having said that, what are the legal elements, therefore? Let's find out. If the return is amended, then the legal element is that, here, the prescribed period should be counted from the filing of the amended return and not the date when the original return was filed. So let's go back again. So, from the viewpoint of concepts, we said, here, the time when the return was filed, or should have been filed, whichever is related to the two, but if there is an amendment, here, it should be the date when the amendment was filed, so long as the date is later than the date when it should have been filed. So remember that, huh? Now, so the assessment, therefore, should be made not later than 3 years from the filing of the amended return. If the assessment is made later than 3 years, then prescribe. So notice that. And therefore, let's now have a look at here the factual elements. So you know the legal elements. Let's have a look at the factual elements. So, original return filed on April 15, 2005. Now, that is a fact you've seen in the problem. Next. Amended substantially on November 10, 2005 by showing more losses. So therefore here, notice, the assessment was made on April 5, 2008. And therefore, let's now have a look at the interweaving. Interweaving na to, ha? Now, look. Substantial amendments made showing more losses, prescriptive period should be counted from the filing of the amended return. The amended return was filed on November 10, 2005. And therefore, notice here, assessment should be made not later than 3 years from the filing of the amended return on November 10, and therefore it should be November 11, 2008. Do you follow? Now, when was the assessment made? Therefore, assessment was made on August 5, 2008 or before November 11, 2008. And what is your conclusion? Has it prescribed? Not yet. Nakita nyo, so long as you're able to understand and apply the concept of interweaving, you would never go wrong. Hindi ka naman bobola, no? Kasi diretso-diretso. It's almost it's not almost, it's really mathematical in concept. It's mathematical, no? And therefore here, what will be your suggested answer? So, the interweaving that I taught you is a method of analysis. But that method of analysis is only for the purpose of arriving at a conclusion. And therefore, you must learn how to craft, how to word now your analysis into your answer. And how would you answer then? So you must have, you said, a conclusion. Protest denied. And why is it that the protest was denied? Let's find out. Where a return, remember, it is not enough for you to state the law. It's not enough for you to state the facts. You must join them together. And that is interweaving. You don't join them together, then you have not shown to the examiner that you know how to apply a certain set of facts to a given set of laws. So therefore, let's go back. Where a return was substantially amended, as in this case on November 10, 2005, the 3-year prescriptive period for the issuance of an assessment notice is computed from the filing of the amended return. Thus, The BIR has up to November 11, 2008 within which to issue an assessment notice. The assessment made on August 5 was within the prescriptive period. You notice again, that's why I would suggest that that's the way how you should address the matter, not only for taxation, but all other subjects as well. So remember, that's what I said now. And therefore, let's go back now. Speed. Let's have a look at the number of questions asked. So, 2,027 questions in all. 2001, 25. 2002, 28. 2003, 18. 2004, 20. But notice, 2005 had the highest number, 38. Surprisingly, commercial law, 54 at one time. Civil law, 56. So, problema, that's why I said, here, you must understand how many questions there are. This would include already the subdivisions, by the way. So therefore, here, you must understand that if the number of questions are numerous, you must use the 3-sentence rule. Now, if the questions are very few, let's say, for example, there are only at the most 12 questions, including subdivisions, then your examiner would want to test the extent by which you explain, and therefore you use the 5-paragraph rule. Remember that, So remember, I was telling you, 2 paragraphs composed of 3 sentences, or the 5-paragraph rule. Right now, okay, so what is the time for answering taxation? Right, you have 3 hours, 2 to 5, 60 minutes, 180 minutes. What does 180 minutes mean? 180 minutes means that you're given 180 minutes in order to get 100. Kasi that's the only time allotted to you. And therefore, since there are 100 points, theoretically speaking, you only have 1.8 minutes per point within which to read and write down your answer. Now, where do you find the number of points? After each question, you would see that there is a number of points there. And therefore, you have an analysis already. But, alangan naman, you're writing, you keep on looking at your time. That's why I said that if the questions are numerous, automatically, 3-sentence rule only. So remember that, therefore, you must practice. You must have the facility of writing answers that are already complete in 3 sentences. Now, question. When is it that an answer is complete? An answer is complete if that answer could not be the subject of the question why. That would already be complete. So take note of that. There's 1.8 minutes per point, and therefore, for taxation, 1 point, you would need 1 minute and 48 seconds. 2 points, you would need 3 minutes and 36 seconds. 3 points, 5 minutes and 24 seconds, and 5 points, 9 minutes. It is very rare that you have a percentage point above 5 points. It is very rare. So take note of that. You have a limited period of time within which to answer. So, let's see. Let's go back now. And therefore, ito, pasakitin ko lang ang loob nyo. What is the estimated time for correction? Okay, you remember, nagpakahirap ka, 3 oras, Okay. So, theoretically speaking, only 26 days per month. Kasi alangan naman, araw-araw yan, 6 na buwan. Masisirahan na ba yung examiner mo? And also, we assume that the examiner corrects only 6 hours a day. Why? Because your examiners are not professional examiners. They have other things to do. They're either practitioners, members of the judiciary. And therefore, they could work only 6 hours a day to correct your notebooks. And therefore, here, let us assume that there are only 6,000 examinees. This year, I would presuppose there will be about 6,500 this year. Let's just assume there are 6,000 examinees. 6,000 lang. Don't be surprised. Again, 9 minutes lang. And not this. Analysis, therefore, you must learn how to write fast, the faster you write, the more eligible your handwriting becomes. You notice that? That's why you must practice. And not 3 sentences, except. But there are 2 examiners. You remember? You have the 2 examiner rule now. What is the impact, therefore, of the 2 examiner rule? Okay? Time of correction. Not the time for you to write. Because the two-examiner rule does not affect the time that is involved for you to write. What is impacted here is the time of correction. And therefore, notice here, before, only one examiner corrects 20 questions, 20 main subdivisions. Ngayon, there are 2 of them. 10 questions lang siya. And therefore, what does this mean? This answer, yes, it's still applicable, but the examiner now has more time to analyze the answers. So, you must write faster. So, remember that, be careful about this. Our grade in taxation, if you do get 100, we have seen this already, and I suggest that the grade is 90, and therefore, what is the major issue? Always recall. That is always a major issue. And remember again, theme song for the bar should be Maalala Mo Kaya. So, take note of that. And therefore, let's have a look at this. I'll go very fast here. By the way, I said, I'll not discuss the concepts. You've finished discussion of the concepts. We'll have a look at the questions. Kasi yung regular review ko, I talk about the concepts and then I teach you how to use. Pero tapos na kayo, and we won't have the time to replicate the whole thing. All right, so let's see. By the way, 1 star, no stars, not so important. Just take note. But the moment that you see it's 2 and 3 stars, then you mark that. That's rather dangerous for you. All right, let's go back. So again, so you have your concept of taxation. You're not going to look at that, and therefore, is this going to be repeated? I doubt it. Di ba? Kasi noon lang tinanong yan 65 and 78. So take note, again, said, possibility but not probability. All right? So go back. Oop, dangerous to. Dangerous yan, Again, so you remember again your nature of taxation. You remember that. Then you have, again, the concepts here. Then you have also here why is it that it is a legislative power? And then let's have a look at the test now. What is the nature of the power to tax? You recall. What is the nature? Again. So, take note of that. Is the power to tax inherent or merely a constitutional grant? Again, it is inherent. Why inherent? Because without the power of taxation, then the state would not be able to perform the functions again. So, nature again, remember, dual, inherent and legislative. Okay. Assuming that the Constitution ratified by the people failed to provide, look at the patterns, usually it's within 15 years. Usually, and then you have the 20% rule I was telling you. We'll have a look at it. Now, so assuming that the Constitution ratified by the people failed to provide for the enactment of tax laws, may the legislative body created by the same Constitution enact tax laws? Explain your answer. When you look at this, you would notice that in 69, you have this question. Is the power to tax inherent? And then you look at the following question. Assuming that the Constitution ratified by the people failed to provide for the enactment of tax laws, may the legislative body created by the same Constitution enact tax laws? Yes. Why? Because what? It is inherent. But do not stop there, because that question, if you merely say, because it is inherent in nature, may question, why is it inherent in nature? So you must continue with the explanation. It is inherent in nature because the very existence of the state is dependent upon the revenues that are collected from taxation so that the state could perform the functions for which it has been created. Nakikita nyo na, that's why I said, very important for you to understand that. No. 77, repeat, explain the nature of taxation. Then, after that, it disappeared. Nawala, napatagal, despite this, within 15 years, and then nawala. All of a sudden, it was resurrected in 1996. And if it was resurrected in 1996, that would start the pattern again of another 15 years. So you notice the way I teach, basically, statistical, almost mathematical. Kasi ganyan lang talaga. Hindi lalayo dyan. And that's why, I don't realize, well, I know the examiner. A little bird told me. Wala yun. You look at numbers. It is numbers. So, after 96, what happened? Was there a repeat? Yes. 2000. Justice Holmes once said, again, that the power to tax is not, well, describe the power to tax and its limitation. So, when you describe the power to tax, you're going to talk about the nature of taxation. It is both inherent and legislative, subject to two kinds of limitations, etc., etc. So again, after 2000, again, the next time it passed was 2003. Kaya sabi siya, pag binigay ulit yan, within 15 years, it might disappear. But it is dangerous. Alright, so remember, why is the power to tax inherent? Again, take note. After that, taxes are assessed for the purpose of generating revenues, again, to be used for public needs. Taxation is the power by which the state raises revenue to defray the expense of government. A jury said that the tax authority, in our jurisdiction, which of the following statements may be erroneous? So, ito kung kailan tama ang mali. Hinahanap niya yung mali, yun ang tama. That is the answer. The wrong one is the answer. So, let's find out. Taxes are pecuniary. That's correct. So, that's not erroneous. That's not the correct answer. Taxes are enforced charges. That is also correct. Taxes are imposed on persons' property within the... That is correct. Taxes are levied by the executive branch of government. That is wrong. And therefore, that is the correct answer. So, and that was asked here in 2004, and that was the last time you had a problem asked there. So, what is your conclusion? Delikado. Although, we don't know when, but we said, delikado na pagkaganyan. All right, now, 2004, 2005. What is that? 20% rule again. That is why I took great pains to discuss for you 2009. Kasi delikado yun eh. May 20% doon na bibigay. So I hope you agree with my methodology, but I insist, is the only way to conduct a bar review. There's no other way. Diba? So when you become bar reviewers, you know what you're going to do, but it is hard work. Hard work. Kasi, gagawin mo yan eh. Unless you do it, wala kang ipipresent. Di ba? But, kaya sabi ang abogado, bolero. Fortunately for me, my background is both in engineering and also in accountancy. So, hindi pwedeng bola sa accountancy, hindi pwedeng bola sa engineering. Ang abogado, hindi naman talaga bolero. Totoo lang. Lawyers should talk about facts. Lawyers should talk about the law. Join them together, and that is the judicial interpretation. So take note. So 2006, 2004, 2005, and therefore let's have a theory, wala yan. One, ano lang yan. So theory again is the lifeblood doctrine. Again, and you have this. Okay, lifeblood doctrine. Why do you have the lifeblood doctrine? Etc., etc. And again, principles that flow from the theory, plenary unlimited, it includes the power to destroy, and presumption, valid, right to collect imprescriptible, no injunction rule, no compensation is set off, and then power to tax includes the power to destroy, that is according to Marshall. You look at the concept of Holmes, and Holmes said, again, and what did Holmes say? Well, different. This is a new case, no? And therefore, just take note of this. This is a new one. So it's an incident, unlimited in range, acknowledging no limitations, again, so that security against its abuse, again, is to be found only in the responsibility of the state, which imposes the tax on the constituency who is to pay it. Just take note of that. And therefore, let's now have a look at that. This is the case of Holmes, and this is what Holmes said. So the question is asking usually, so given that imposed, etc., its purpose is not to total. On the contrary, this is also Philippine. Let me discuss this because coupled with this is the case of San Roque. San Roque, I'll go very fast here, but I'll go back to this. This is the case of Philippine Health again. Why do I say this is dangerous? The ponente here is Justice Brion. Let's go back. And in the case of San Roque, he was also the ponente. Right, let me explain this before we go back to this, before we go back to this concept. Now, what is the concept of Justice Brion? The concept of Justice Brion here is that when you talk about interpretations, judicial interpretations, then you must look at the economic realities when you do interpret judicial, you interpret laws. So you don't consider alone the bare provisions of the law. That is his concept. And that interpretation has found itself into these two decisions that he has written as a ponente, this case of Philippine Healthcare, which was decided in September of 2009, and the case of San Roque, which was decided in 2010, February of 2010. And what is that now? Right. Let's first have a look at this case of Philippine Healthcare. In the case of Philippine Healthcare, what happened there is that there is an issue. Is Philippine Healthcare subject to the payment of taxes? Well, he said you must look at the law. The law did not intend again to tax Philippine Healthcare, and therefore should not be subject to the concept of taxation. Now, on the other hand, let's look at the case of San Roque. This San Roque is the San Roque Dam. So according to him, therefore, here, the government should not change its rules in midstream. So meaning to say, if an exemption has been granted, that exemption could not be withdrawn and should not be withdrawn because that would now violate, again, that would violate the contractual agreement between the investors and the state, and that would discourage a lot of investments, and consequently, the loss that is attendant to the non-payment of the taxes as a result of the exemption could now be overcome or could be replaced by any incomes that would be earned as a result of investors. Because if you discourage foreign investors, there would be lesser incomes, and consequently, there would be lesser taxes to be paid. So that is the essence of what he is saying. And therefore, let's go back now and have a look at the concept in the case of Philippine Healthcare. And you look at this concept now, we said that, given the realities on the ground, it might be that imposing the tax would be highly oppressive. So take note of that. It is not the purpose of government to throttle private business. So this is an interpretation insofar as imposition of tax are concerned, insofar as interpretation of tax exemption privileges are concerned. Now, again, you would notice that the lectures don't talk about this. And what is the meaning of this? Well, the meaning in essence is that in the past, we used to be very familiar with the concept that tax exemption should always be construed strictly against the taxpayer. It seems to be different now. So, iba na yung approach ngayon. So, it's a 180-degree turn. All right, so therefore here, on the contrary, the government ought to encourage private enterprises. Any concern organized for a lawful economic activity has a right to maintain a legitimate business, legitimate enterprises and constitutional protection not to be taxed out of existence. So very clear now. There is a different concept when you talk about tax exemption privileges. Not to be taxed out of existence, incurring losses because of a tax imposition may be an acceptable consequence, again, but killing the business of an entity is another matter. And notice again, it should not be allowed. It is counterproductive and ultimately subversive of the nation's trust towards a better economy, he said, which will ultimately benefit the majority of our people. And notice, this is the holding there. And that's basically the holding also in the case of San Roque. So there seems to be a trust now. Again, be careful about this because your examiner might not be aware of this. So you look into the problem very well. Alam ba hinahanap niya? Siya ba yung pag-iwanan ng panahon? Or is looking at the progressive concept? So you must understand the problem. That's why I said here, very, very interesting. And that's why I keep on telling my students here, you must understand the way by which jurisprudence is being taught of. You talk about the historical school, you talk about the policy determinant school, you talk about the realistic school, you talk about so many schools of jurisprudence. Here, you must learn them in order to be able to understand, specifically the theological concept of jurisprudence. Ang problema kasi is that those who teach only the law as it is. In short, tinuturuan na kayo maging karpintero. Ito po, paggamit ng lagari, paggamit ng martilyo, you're not taught how to build cathedrals. That's why I said, please, when you become law professors, don't emulate the past. You go into the future. The future is now different. Hindi na pwedeng bolero abogado ngayon. Remember that? Okay, let's go back. Very, very important. Do not forget this case of, by the way, the office is asking me whether I'm going to give handouts. So I said, bahala kayo. I have a 75-page handout. Kayo, marami na kayong handouts again. And bahala kayo. I said, if you want to reproduce my handouts, then by all means, reproduce. Now, be careful. My handout is very thick. But there is a way to reading the handouts. I always mark my handouts with the stars. 1, 2, and 3. 1 star, wala kang time, babaya mo. 2 and 3, naku, dapat, you must master 2 and 3. So do not forget, so if you want to use my handouts, that's the way how you read the handouts. All right, self-test. What is the underlying theory? 73, once lang yan, 76, explain briefly the theory. It has been repeated that the power to tax was the power to destroy. On the other hand, it has also been stated that the power to tax does not. Okay, let us now reconcile for you to understand. So remember, there are two concepts here that conflict with one another. The power to tax includes the power to destroy. Another one, the power to tax does not involve the power to destroy. Now, how do we reconcile? Kasi magkabangga. And that was the subject of the problem that was asked in 1980. All right, now. So, when we look at this, I would like you to remember that Marshall was talking about a valid tax. If it is a valid tax that does not here violate any of the inherent as well as constitutional limitations, then you could not use as an excuse the fact that the tax will destroy your private property rights. It would impoverish you. You could not use that as an excuse. Why? Because of the insistent demands of taxation upon which the very existence of government is founded upon. On the other hand, Holmes was talking about an invalid tax. You remember the statement of Holmes? The power to tax does not involve the power to destroy so long as this court sits, because there is a sympathetic court that would come to the succor of the taxpayer and nullify an otherwise invalid tax measure. So therefore, if the tax measure is invalidated, it is nullified, it will not become anymore the source of the power to destroy, because you could not collect upon the basis of an invalid tax. So here, let's reconcile. Go back. Marshall, valid tax. Holmes, invalid tax. That is the point of reconciliation here. All right, so then 1991, and then true and false 2009, again, law that allows taxes to be paid either. Yes, it's valid because, again, here, it is so plenary and unlimited that the taxing power could determine how it's going to be paid. What is the basis of rationale? Again, this is just here, 1 star. So remember again, but symbiotics is very, very important. We'll go back to that later on. So symbiotic relationships, the relationship, reciprocal protection and support, etc. And then you have jurisdiction. So self-test, what is the basis? Uulitin pa ba yan? I doubt it. But you know that if it's going to be repeated, then it's both symbiotic and, again, jurisdiction. Right, let's go back. So purpose objective, only 1 star. And you will have, again, 2 purposes. Primary, revenue raising. Secondary, compensatory, regulatory, or sumptuary. So just take note of that. Although, this is an interesting area. Interesting area. All right, let me explain to you why it's interesting. First, let's have a look at the self-test here. Explain the basic purposes. 2, primary and secondary. Now, primary is revenue raising. Secondary, again, compensatory, and then sumptuary. I'll explain that later. So just take note of this. Notice again, 77 and 78. Kaya may 20% rule. Now, let's talk about compensatory purpose now. Now, remember, the compensatory purpose is for the purpose of implementing the social justice provisions of the Constitution. In short, when you talk about social justice, remember the definition of Magsaysay. He who has less in life should have more in law. That is the concept of Magsaysay, in social. Of course, you copy that from a Spanish saying, you know. Now, problem. But how is this exemplified? How is this made valid in the sense that you would want to exercise the power of taxation, but how is this done? How does it now promote the social justice objectives of the Constitution? You remember, you have your progressive system of taxation. So the government, again, is like Robin Hood, takes money from the rich and gives it to the poor. How does that happen? Well, you notice again, irrespective of the amount of tax that you pay, you may be paying only 100 pesos in tax compared with a millionaire who pays, let's say, millions of taxes a year. Theoretically speaking, you would have the same access to the public services that are created as a result of the payment of tax money. Why? Oh, theoretically, you would have the same access to public services, such as hospital services, protection, police protection, use of the roads, for example. Both of you, whether you're rich or you're poor, you could use the roads that has been constructed as a result of the collection of tax money. But the only problem is that if you're a poor man, you use the roads using your own 2 feet, whereas the rich man uses his Mercedes, and once he passes by the road, you have to jump out of the way, otherwise you'll be run over by the Mercedes. Yun lang ang problema nun, ano? But just the same you said, we're talking about theoretical concepts here. So, compensatory purpose. O ganun din, another point of compensatory purpose here is that government wants to increase employment using the tax mechanism. Well, it would grant tax incentives to certain industries. Therefore, industries should be encouraged to sprout, and consequently, they will be promoting employment also. So that's why I said you have a lot of things here. Just have a look at this one. Compensatory, you realize, achieve equal distribution, achieve economic progress, maintain high levels of employment, etc. This is the compensatory purpose here. And you look at this. How may the power to tax be utilized to carry out the social justice provisions of the Constitution? So, use as an example what I've given to you. Constitution provides, kung Congress will involve a progressive taxation, discuss briefly the rationale. The rationale here we said, remember again, of the progressive system is to provide for an equal distribution of wealth and consequently to achieve the social justice provisions of the Constitution. Okay, raise of income tax, progressive, depending on the amounts of net income. What are the reasons behind? Again, to implement the social justice provisions of the Constitution, and he who has more should be taxed more. Who has less should be taxed less. And again, I remember a favorite statement of Marx, which again is again used to justify taxation. Again, from one, again, according to his ability, and to one according to his needs. That's a Marxian concept, but we follow that. By the way, I'm not espousing communism, by the way, but what I'm saying is that there are good facets of communism, there are good facets of capitalism. Again, the system in the world, in the future, would not be a pure democratic system, it would not be a pure communistic system. It's going to be a combination of the two. That's what you should, I won't kung abutan natin yun, but I think that's the way how it's going to be in the future. So the reasons behind this, of course, is to implement the social justice provisions of the Constitution, and you now talk about that. But notice, after 78 again, and 79, 20% rule. And after that, no more. So interesting. Huh? Ito, just take note of this. This is, again, regulatory sumptuary. This is joint exercise of the power of taxation and police power. And the usual example here is sin taxes. So again, so talk like note that joint, again, provide means again, for the rehabilitation of a threatened industry affected public interest. And this is the case, none other than the famous case here when you talk about assistance being given to the sugar industry, then sin taxes, dissuade consumers. Ganito kasi yun. No? If government believes that the consumption of cigarettes will be detrimental to the health of consumers, then what the government will do is to increase taxes on tobacco products. It would make them more expensive, and therefore fewer people will consume and fewer people will get sick. So ganun lang yun, ganun explanation. No? And again, amount collected may exceed the cost of police surveillance. This is political law concept. The political law concept is that the amount of license fees that may be collected should only be sufficient to cover the cost of supervision, regulation, and control. But if it is a joint exercise of the power of taxation and police power, then the weakness of police power could be overcome by the strength of taxation. Because taxation, you could collect unlimited funds. It might even include the power to destroy. So therefore, you said here, the amount collected may exceed the cost of police surveillance and regulation. Now, political law also, another instance. When you could exceed the cost of inspection, supervision, and supervision, regulation, surveillance, and control. When would it be? If what is being regulated is a non-useful enterprise, then the state could collect higher license fees. What is the reason behind that? To drive out the non-useful industry. Okay, so wala yun. So this is joint exercise, we said. Why is it important for you to know that there is a joint exercise of taxation and police power? Because there are limitations to the power of taxation which do not limit police power. There are limitations to police power which do not limit taxation. And consequently, if there is a joint exercise of these two powers, then the strength of one cancels the weakness of the other. Example kanina, binigay ko sa inyo. One weakness of police power is that the amount now that could be collected should be sufficient only for cost of inspection, supervision, regulation, and surveillance. But if it is a joint exercise, then the strength of taxation that what we collected is unlimited, cancels out the weakness of police power. Balikan naman natin. Let's look at the reverse. One limitation on the power of taxation is that it is subservient. It is secondary, again, to what is known as the non-impairment clause. You remember that? But police power is not subject to the non-impairment clause. Why? Because the existence of police power is much more than that of taxation. So, yun lang, okay? So, wala yan. These are just examples when there is a joint exercise of police power, etc. And therefore, what are regularity tax? Regularity tax is nothing more than used in the joint exercise of police power and the power of taxation. And therefore, again, you have this exercise. Again, we go very fast, we said. Because this is the case of Lutz versus Araneta, by the way. Levy on sugar for the general welfare of the entire country. It's not exercise on the power of taxation, but what is being exercised there is police power. Lutz versus Araneta. So we could go very fast because it said here. Okay, so likewise, then taxation, how do you distinguish between the two? Now, question. Why is it important for you to distinguish? It is important for you to distinguish because, let's go back, the weakness of one, again, cancels the strength of the other, and therefore you must know what power is being exercised. By the way, when you distinguish, you do not define. You look for the areas where they differ. For example, here, this is what you're going to discuss. You're not going to discuss, again, the definition. All right, so take note of that. Again, now. So, how do you distinguish again? What are they all? Distinguish, 67, and then 91 was the last time, no more. How do you distinguish between tax and license fees? The same as distinction between a tax. Again, so, the same, you take note of that. All right, so take note of that. So, I'll not discuss any more the distinction. 64, distinctions. Following year, distinctions. Following year, 66. Distinction. Now, but the last time it was asked, notice again, you have 76, 78. Last time it was asked again was year 81, 89, and then you have 2003. Let's just have a look at 2003. Again, ito siguro. Let's have a look at number 10. The City of Manila passed an ordinance imposing an annual tax of 5,000 to be paid by an operator of a massage clinic and an annual fee of 50 pesos to be paid by every attendant or helper in the said clinic. Is the imposition a tax or a license fee? All right, let's find out. Based on our lecture so far, and also previous lectures, how do you determine whether the imposition is a license fee or a tax? How do you determine? Rule of thumb. If the amount collected is high, it is basically a tax. If the amount collected is low, only sufficient for what? Inspection, supervision, surveillance, etc., then it is a license fee. Now, is there any exception that? Yes, we said. If what is imposed, if what is being regulated is a non-useful industry or business, then the amount of tax collected could go high. For what reason? To drive out that non-useful industry. So therefore, ang tanong mo dito, ito. Oh, may inimpose 5,000 tax sa massage clinic, 50 pesos naman sa attendant. Oh, tax ba yun o license fee? Okay, now, remember this was 1989. 89. Now, during that time, these are the historical antecedents. During that time, I would like you to remember that massage clinics were known to be dens of sin. They were considered as fronts of prostitution. Now, ngayon, anong tawag mo doon sa massage clinic? Anong tawag mo? Spa. They are centers of wellness and well-being. So, tignan mo yung definition niya, ha? Because if it is a massage clinic per se, then you could say that, in fact, this may be a license fee. Pero pag sinabi niyang spa, then this is a tax. Why? This is a tax because the amount exceeds the cost of inspection, supervision, regulation, and control. Pag massage clinic, this is again a license fee because it's a non-useful occupation, therefore the amount of tax to be collected should be higher than the cost, etc. Did you follow? But the 50 pesos is just sufficient, again, for inspection, supervision, regulation, and surveillance. Therefore, that is a license fee. All right, but I doubt it kung tatanungin nyo. But tignan nyo lang, ha? Tignan nyo lang. All right, now let's go back. What about this one? Is the ordinance valid? Explain. City of Manila, in order to solve the traffic problem, decided to impose a tax to be paid by the driver on all private cars entering the city during the peak hours from 8 a.m. to 9 a.m., but exempts those cars carrying more than 2 occupants, excluding the driver. Is the ordinance valid? All right, let's have a look at the problem here. This is, what kind of imposition is this? Is this a tax or is this a license fee? Okay, why is it that there was an imposition? To limit the vehicles entering the city of Manila from 8 a.m. to 9 a.m. Why? Why is it so? Because, again, if you limit the number of vehicles, what is the effect? Go back. What is police power? Again, police power is the power, again, which promotes their welfare and to protect the health, safety, or morals. So, therefore, when you limit the amount of vehicles entering, what is the effect? What is the effect? Fewer vehicles result to lesser accidents. Fewer vehicles result to fewer pollution. Lesser pollution, not fewer. Lesser pollution, and therefore, to my mind, that is an essence of police power. Exercise of police power. But the problem is, again, exempts those cars carrying more than 2 occupants, excluding the driver. So, based on what you learned so far since this morning, the question is, what is that you're looking for now? Valid classification. Kasi may hindi na kino-cover yung imposition. The moment that there's differential treatment, then there is always the concept of discrimination, and therefore, you must resolve this from the viewpoint of equal protection. And what is then? Is there, in fact, a valid classification? Yes, there is a valid classification. Why? There are substantial distinctions dun sa those carrying more than 2 occupants compared with those carrying less than 2 occupants. So, so you must explain on that basis. So just take note of that. Eminent domain, wala namang problem dito. But what I would like to take note again is that private shall be used for compensation. And I would like you to remember the case of Central Luzon Drug. In the past, this was tax credit. It's not tax credit anymore. It's tax deduction. Pero anong relasyon yan? Ganito kasi. Kaya, The senior citizens discount here is the private property that is taken away. And the just compensation is the ability to make use of it as a tax deduction in the future. So you don't talk about the matching concept here. Kasi nagbigay ka ng senior citizen ngayon, this year, year 1. Lugi ka. Even without the deduction. Oh. Are you precluded from using the deduction in the future? No. Because then, that would violate the constitutional provision because private property was taken. What is the private property taken? The compulsion to give the 20% senior citizens discount. So, yun hindi binibigay sa bar yan, ha? Never given in the bar. Principle of a sound tax system, again, notice, fiscal adequacy, administrative feasibility, theoretical justice, and what are the 3 basic principles? Kung ako magtatanong, ako examiner, what I would ask would be, how do you describe the Philippine tax system using as a criteria the principles of a sound tax system? Or in short, is the Philippine tax system a sound tax system? Ayun, delikado kayo doon. Di ba? Are the taxes collected sufficient? Hindi nga eh. Kaya nga, ang laki ng budgetary deficit mo eh. Kaya ang laki ng loans mo. Administrative feasibility. Is it easy to collect? Uy, computation mo lang, you look your income taxation, corporation, what is that? Whichever is the higher between what? The MCIT and the normal rate. So, pagko-compute mo ng MCIT, dalawang computation ka. You remember that? Value-added tax, input-output, nasiraan ka na ng bait. So, administrative feasibility, that's not meat. Theoretical justice. What is theoretical justice? What? Ability to pay. Most of our taxes are indirect taxes. So, indirect taxes hit the poor more compared with direct taxes. So, again, yun lang naman. I don't foresee any problem here. As a matter of fact, that's not even part of my forecast. I don't forecast that. Sinasabi ko lang, bantayan nyo lang kasi delikado. It's merely a possibility, not a probability. Let's go very fast. Limitations. Okay, why do you have limitations? Why? Bakit? And what is the purpose of the limitations for purposes of the bar? The limitations, again, you remember, the power of taxation is plenary and unlimited. It might even include the power to destroy. Notice, it is practically here a very powerful concept. And therefore, because of the plenary and unlimited nature of taxation, it could be subject to abuse. And that is the reason why you have the inherent and constitutional limitations in order to prevent an abuse of this otherwise plenary and unlimited power. But for the bar, anong silbi nung limitations? Go back. Remember the 2 limitations here, inherent and constitutional. What is the purpose? Why you must know that for the purpose of the bar. There may be a bar problem that would ask you, is the act of the taxing authority valid? Or is the tax law valid? Well, you must measure the validity from the standpoint of the inherent and constitutional limitations, such that if there are violations of the inherent and constitutional limitations, then the act is invalid or the law itself is invalid. Yun ang silbi why you must master and understand the concept of inherent and constitutional limitations. So that's why you notice taxation is simple. It's beautiful, except that, again, notice, when you were young, you were always scared. They would say, don't go out in the dark because there are mumus, there are capres, there are duendes. Kasi you don't know. It's the dark. But the moment that you bring a light, you see, wala naman palang mumu. Ganun din yung tax. The moment you learn, then, there's nothing to be afraid about. So, remember that, huh? Okay, so let's go back here. So, again, you have, again, the taxing power. You could not exercise the taxing power beyond the inherent limitations. You could not exercise it, beyond the constitutional limitations. Nakasirkulo ka lang dyan. Hindi ka pwedeng lumagpas dyan. So that is the essence I would like you to remember. And therefore, you go beyond, your act would be illegal. The tax law goes beyond, illegal yung tax law. So that's why I said, that is the purpose of the limitations. And notice, again, take note of that. Therefore, state is not to abuse. And therefore, notice again, with caution to minimize injury, and consequently, Uniformly, lest the tax collector kills the hen that lays the golden egg. Eh, diferensya, iisa lang palang itlog doon. Di, patay mo na pag anong itlog, di ba? That's why I said, mali. It should be the hen that lays the golden eggs. Para hindi mo siya papatayin kasi itlog pa siya ng itlog. Eh, kung isa lang initlog niya, pag lang itlog, patay mo na. It's funny, no? Okay, so this, sometimes the similitudes are bad, no? All right. So, in order to maintain, therefore, again, the public trust and confidence must be used justly and not treacherously. Notice, that is 26. Ano ba yung issue dyan sa SM Prime Holdings? Tanong, yung bang ticket sa sine, is that subject to the value-added tax? Supreme Court said no. Why? Eh wala, mas pag bali-balik ka din yung value-added tax law, walang nakakabit doon na ticket sa sine kasama. So interesting, ha? Oh, so, by the way, that might be asked, ha? Why? Why do I say that? Look, the questions are prepared now. July ginagawa yung questions. So by this time, probably tapos na yung questions. And therefore, when an examiner prepares the questions in July, he would have access to all recently decided cases up to June. So don't be surprised if you hear again a citation involving my name in remedial law or political law. Why? Because I have a case, I was sued, ako dinimanda. Minamandamos ako. Supreme Court said, ay hindi ka pwedeng imandamos. Supreme Court said also is that since my opponent did not avail of the exhaustion remedies, then wala. Tapos, ang masakit, after having said all of those, Supreme Court said, no, remanded to the lower court. Of course, I'll ask for a motion for reconsideration. Kasi ano ba kayo? Let's go back. So that's why I said, bantayan nyo yan. Delikado yan. Now, so prime, not subject. Why? Because there's nothing in the law which provides, again, for this type of services, the movie services, to be subject to the value-added tax. E paano tayo ngayon, nanood ka sa SM, siningil ka ng VAT, di ba? O paano, masisingil ba natin sa SM? Dapat ibalik nila sa atin yun. Interesting, no? Di ba? O, so, kung may ticket ka, paano, wala ka na yung ticket mo, pinutol yung ticket mo, wala ka na itago mo yung ticket mo, tinapon mo na, di ba? So, in short, ang SM kumita, siningil sa atin, tumubo siya, so, talo tayo, di ba? That's another story, no? Just remember this, ha? Remember this. Okay, limitations, by the way, you're talking about limitations in general. So therefore, when you talk about this, then you merely talk about the two and you give two examples of it. Tiga-tiga lawang example lang. Otherwise, you will not be able to finish. And let's talk about the inherent limitations. Therefore, sometimes the inherent limitations are known as this. Well, you're familiar with this already. We talk about this again, and that's why we said this is the sixth one. And therefore, self-test, you've seen this already up to 2009. And therefore, public purpose, again, take note of the meaning of public purpose here. And so, it's meant to meet, and therefore, government functions, again, discharge, again, of moral obligation, etc., etc. This should have been discussed for you, so I'm not going to discuss it. And what are the concepts? Inequalities, again, exemption is valid. The taxpayer did not derive personal benefits. Again, so, and therefore, tax meet government functions. Let's just have a look at this. If the tax revenue is for the purpose of government spending for government functions, then it is for a public purpose. But we have a little problem there. What is our problem? You remember the case of Guido versus Philippine Rural Reconstruction Movement in the case of Guido? In the case of Guido, the Supreme Court said that public functions are constantly expanding. What might not be the subject of government functions now may in the future be considered as part of governmental functions. So again, so take note of that. Then private persons may be, remember, incidental, not principally benefited. You remember the case of Lutz versus Araneta? Remember that? So there was benefit to the sugar industry, and the Supreme Court said that's really incidental benefit. Okay, so take note of that. And therefore, public purpose must be determined at the time of enactment, not at the time of implementation. This is the case of Pascual versus Secretary of Public Works. public purpose presumed, even if not specifically provided, and therefore let's have a look at this. And all of the questions here involve the case of Lutz versus Araneta. All right, so just take note of that, ha? O, tingnan lang natin itong isa, ha? By the way, before we go forward, I would like you to remember the concept of Lutz versus Araneta. And there are two reasons here that I would like to do that. So let's look at this, ha? Congress passed a law imposing a tax on the manufacture of sugar by sugar centrals and another tax on owners of land planted to sugar cane. The collections from the taxes would accrue to a special fund to be used exclusively for the rehabilitation of the sugar industry. Constitutionality of the law is assailed on the ground that it is discriminatory and that the levy is not for a public purpose. So, discriminatory, what is the concept we're going to use? Valid classification. Now, again, public purpose, Supreme Court said here that this particular amount of money is collected is for a public purpose. What is the reason? It's for the rehabilitation of the sugar industry. And any benefit that is given to the sugar industry would ultimately redound to the benefit of the community in general. Why? Because the sugar industry is a source of foreign exchange earning. It is also a source of employment opportunities. So again, supposing the problem does not talk about the sugar industry, it could be any other industry. It could be the bagoong industry, it could be the bakya industry, it could be the daing industry, any kind of industry. What are you going to do, therefore, in order to justify your stand? First, understand, is there a relation between the public purpose principle here and the collection of the tax? For example, let's say a tax was collected was imposed rather, to be collected upon all sales of bagoong. And the question, therefore, is the tax here is going to be given here, a portion should be given for the rehabilitation of the bagoong industry. Question, is that for a public purpose? Ano bang importansya ng bagoong industry sa Pilipinas? Is it an order of foreign exchange? Do we export bagoong? We do not. But is that, again, for a public purpose? Yes. Because when you look at our coastline, again, here along the coast lives a lot of farmers, and these farmers, again, they catch fish and make them into bagoong, and therefore it will benefit the community in general. So again, bottom line, you must try to understand the relationship between the expenditure and the public purpose. So you must be imaginative somewhat. All right, so, ayan, paulit-ulit yan. Tignan mo, 72, 73. So, seek to recover amount paid by him, claims tax is constitutional, being levied for the aid and support of the sugar industry, etc., etc. 73, following year. 76, law is passed imposing a tax of 2 pesos on every citizen for the purpose of raising funds to be given as loans. Victims are required. Is the tax valid? Yes, tax is valid. Why? Because again, when you lend money to the earthquake victims in Mindanao, again, you're serving the public purpose because, again, rehabilitation of Mindanao will redound to the benefit of the country in general. Sumunod na naman. Law was enacted imposing a tax on manufactured coconut oil. So, anong purpose niya? Again, to improve the working conditions, conduct research on the use of coconut oil for motor fuel. Sabi niya, hindi daw valid because to be used for a wet purpose, therefore, violative. Hindi. Why? Sugar industry, one of the generators for exchange. Also, notice again, pag nagamit mo yung coconut oil for motor fuel, ang laking benefit sa economy nun. That's why I said, what is important is that you must be able to establish a link. And by the way, the last time that you had ito, just have a look at 84 before we go forward. Question. A statute is enacted levying a tax of 100 pesos annually on every inhabitant above 21 years, the proceeds of which are earmarked for the support of the public educational system. The statute is assailed on the ground that he does not send and has never sent any of his children to public side. Valid. Why? The taxpayer did not derive personal benefit. What is important is benefit to the community in general. So do not forget that. And the last time that you had a problem as here was this one, 1991. So 1990, meron na, and then 1991, this was the last time, and it went back to the sugar industry. To provide means for the rehabilitation so as to prepare it for the eventuality of the loss of quota, from the lifting against African countries, Congress passes a law increasing the existing tax, etc. All collections made accrue to a special fund to be spent only for the purpose, among which are to place the sugar industry in the position to maintain, and ultimately to afford laborers employed a living wage and improve X filed, alleging tax is not for a public purpose, being levied exclusively for the agents of. So parehong answer mo. And what I would like to tell you is that after 1991, there were no more questions asked here. So wala na. That's why I said, parang hindi delikado yun. Just take note. But taxpayer suit is important. And by the way, the concept of locus standi is very, very important for three subjects: political law, remedial law, and taxation. So remember that. Now, taxpayer suit, again, meaning, definition is important for you. Taxpayer suit. Now, okay, what are the requisites of a taxpayer suit? Remember the requisites of a taxpayer suit. And again, take note of these requirements. You are familiar with this. You're finished with that. Then, notice again, locus standi, standing in court. Okay. So, generally speaking, you have the injury concept when you talk about locus standi, and therefore, let's have a look at the drawing here. So, and what is the rationale? Political law, watch out for this. Very, very important. Ensure a concrete adverseness which sharpens the presentation of the issues upon which the court largely depends, again, here, for the resolution of the different constitutional issues. That is the concept here. And therefore here, when you talk about interest, you're talking about this, distinguish from incidental interest, and therefore let's go back and have a look at the drawing now. So locus standi. Locus standi, standing in court. So, therefore, let's have a look at some cases here. And the first case, don't write injury aspect, by the way, no such animal. This is just my invention. Sarili kong invento yan, so wag niyo ikakabit sa ano yan. It's not, again, supported by any law, not supported by any jurisprudence. It's merely an illustration of my understanding of concepts. But what are you supposed to write? The cases I'm going to tell you. That's what you're going to write. First, you have here the famous case of Gonzales versus Imelda Romualdez Marcos. So, Imelda was able to get and gather certain donations from the private sector, which he was then spending for the development of what you now know as the Cultural Center Complex of the Philippines. So, Gonzales, a lawyer from Iloilo, this is the better Gonzales, not the other Gonzales. There are two Gonzaleses here. I call Ramon, this is Ramon Gonzales. I refer to him as the better, not Raul. Okay, now, I'm not saying that Raul is a bad guy. No? What I'm saying is that the Ramon Gonzales is better than he is. But I have a problem with this Ramon Gonzales. Anong problema ko sa kanya? He keeps on filing public interest cases, and I used to counsel also for public interest cases. Pag oral arguments, he does not appear, and ako-consolidate yung kaso niya sa akin, so I'm the one who end up arguing. Okay, but sa malangit nawa, mabuting tao yan. All right, let's go back. So again, Supreme Court said, well, we dismiss your case because you don't have locus standi. Why is it that this doesn't have locus standi? Because according to the Supreme Court, look, let's look at this. You claim to be a taxpayer. You paid taxes. And the question is your taxes being spent by Imelda? No. What she's spending would be, are the donations she got from the private sector. Therefore, you are not injured. And therefore, you're not a real party in interest. You don't have locus standi. You don't stand to be benefited or prejudiced by the avails of the suit. Maliwanag, so no locus standi. Okay, we have another problem here. So therefore, the injury aspect, again, notice, then actual or threatened injury resulting from legal conduct, and therefore injury is likely, and therefore, let's go back. What about the second one? Okay, so the second one, I call this, again, the zone of protection. Don't write zone of protection, no such animal. But, what is it going to write? You're going to cite the case of Maceda versus Macaraig. Okay, now, in the case of Maceda versus Macaraig, Macaraig raised the defense. And the defense raised was citing the case of Gonzales versus Imelda Romualdez Marcos, saying that, uy, Maceda, wala kang pakialam dito, you're not injured. Supreme Court now came up with another concept. And Supreme Court said, look, Mr. Maceda is a senator. And as a senator, it is his duty to protect the interests of the public. Therefore, he has locus standi. Diba? Therefore, take note of that. Zone of protection, there is a duty to protect public interests. But you don't write zone of protection. Supreme Court never said that. All right, now. So therefore, unless you have these two that are present, then a person will not have locus standi, and consequently, the suit is going to be dismissed. So remember that, huh? Now, supposing that there is no injury aspect, there's no zone of protection, and consequently, there is no locus standi. Is there any instance when the Supreme Court will take cognizance of a case despite the absence of locus standi? Yes. And the Supreme Court now talk about the concept of transcendental importance. Well, hearkening back to the 950s case of the emergency cases, the Supreme Court said that in the instance where it involves matters of transcendental importance, then again, the concept of locus standi is merely a procedural technicality that could be brushed aside. And that was the case then, this was the case then of Kilos Bayan versus Gingona. So remember that, huh? So very clear here, Kilos Bayan versus Gingona. Watch out for these cases, very, very important, because here, I suspect you might have a question on locus standi, not in tax, but in political law also, and in remedial law. Delikado yan. Although, I discussed this kasi it's important for purpose of taxation, specifically taxpayer suit. Watch out for taxpayer suit. Very, very dangerous for 2010. All right. So, transcendental importance, again, notice there's no definition, and then you have the hand, but these are the determinants, whether it is of transcendental importance. Just take note of that. You should have finished this already. This should have been discussed with you, and therefore here, notice, he did not suffer personal injury, but was proved damage again to one who is not. And therefore, summary, where locus standi exists. General, again, notice, for taxpayers, there must be a showing that tax money, meaning to say the money that is paid is being now spent in violation of the specific constitutional protections, again, against abuses of, and that is a U.S. case, but being cited frequently in our cases, public money, again, is being deflected to any improper purpose, or a claim of disbursement, again, of public funds, or the tax measure, again, is unconstitutional. Thank you, thank you. For voters, again, for concerned citizens, again, and also for members of Congress, you have this claim that the official action complaint of infringes on the prerogatives of legislators. And here, therefore, can taxpayers question? 64, do taxpayers have sufficient interest? Remember, you must therefore remember the requisites. And the last time was 1996, when may a taxpayer suit be allowed. That's why this is dangerous, because it's within your 15-year concept. So, by the way, distinguish a citizen suit from a taxpayer suit. Remember that, magkaiba yan, ha? A taxpayer suit is not the same as a citizen suit. That is the case of, again, David versus Macapagal Arroyo. So remember that, ha? Okay, public right, if not the duty to institute, etc. And therefore, you talk about the purpose here, and what is the purpose of a citizen? Protection of the public in general, taxpayer suit here, protection of the taxes that were paid. And interest, general interest, specific interest, here, there must be here an expenditure, public expenditure, citizen suit, there did not necessarily be a public expenditure. So just take note of that, very, very important also for you. And therefore, delegation, not that important. So these are the powers that could not be the subject of a delegation. And here, Congress is not allowed to delegate exclusive power taxation. And what is the reason behind that? Separation of powers. And you have the concept of delegata potestas. And notice, no improper delegation. And again, instances when proper delegation is allowed. Let me go back. Huh? Delegation per se is not prohibited. What is prohibited is improper delegation. That is the one that's prohibited. All right, notice again, these are the allowed proper delegation. Crucial delegations and then delegation of administrative authorities. So again, so just take note of that, delegation to Congress, duty-making powers to the President, etc., delegation to the people at large, delegation to administrative authorities, and then delegation, I would like you to have a look at this carefully because we have a little problem here. I think let's have a short break before you go because this is complicated. You have a recently decided case, the case of Quezon City versus ABS-CBN, which changed again entirely the concept. And that's why it's dangerous. You must understand where the examiner is coming from. All right, so let's have a break for 15 minutes and then let's come back later. And then the case went on further to state that the only effect of that particular statement, delegation, is to provide a better interpretation insofar as the power of local governments is concerned. And what is the interpretation now? Doubts should now be resolved in favor of the power to tax of local governments. Eh, bakit would they say there's a landmark case? Let's go back. You remember, you talk about interpretation of taxes, you talk about interpretation of tax exemption privileges. A while ago, we said that you have the general rule, and the concept there is that tax exemptions should be strictly construed against the taxpayer and in favor of the government. Remember that? But we said you must watch out insofar as the case of San Roque and the case of Philippine Health is concerned. And remember also that if it is an interpretation of tax statutes, it should be strictly construed against the government and liberally in favor of the taxpayer. Why? Because tax statutes, again, the imposition of taxes, are considered as a derogation or a limitation on private property ownership, and therefore, since it is a burden, the burden must be clearly spelled out. But, again, for local government taxation, the concept now is that if there is doubt with respect to whether or not the local government has the power to tax, then that doubt should also be resolved in favor of the local governments. And your authority would be Quezon City versus ABS-CBN. So remember that, that is, again, another doctrinal ruling. All right, so let's go back, and that is our discussion there. So therefore, delegation of municipal bodies, subordinate legislation, you know this, you're familiar with this, completeness test. So when the law, again, is complete, then there's nothing to be delegated. And therefore, existence sufficiently determined standards. Let's take note of this. And this is the one I would like you to have a look at. You remember former President Macapagal Arroyo increased the value-added tax from 10% to 12%. And the problem, therefore, is there improper delegation of the legislative authority to tax? The Supreme Court said there's none. Why? Look at the provision. Notice there is a direct quote here. So you look at this and try to relate this to any problem that may be given to you in the future. And my suggestion is that when you have a look at this and it is similarly worded, then you apply the concept we're going to talk about. So this is the wording, that the President, upon recommendation of the Secretary of Finance, shall raise the rate of value-added tax again here to 12% after any of the following conditions are satisfied. This was considered as valid. Why is it this was considered as valid? Because again, there was no delegation. Why is it that there was no delegation? There was nothing delegated. Why is it so? Again, simply delegated was an ascertainment of the facts upon which the enforcement, again, administration is contingent. So the legislature made the operation 12% rate, again, here, contingent upon a specified fact. So the executive has no control over these facts or conditions. And therefore, here, notice also that the Secretary of Finance was acting as an alter ego of Congress and not as a subordinate of the President. So be careful about this, the case of Abacada Guru. So he was not acting again as an alter ego. More so here as a legislature. So remember that, very, very important for you. Never been given in the bar exams before. Tignan mo yung mga test. Walang kakwenta ka. What are the exceptions again, the delegation? And then after 89, no more. What are the processes included in taxation? Levy imposition, collection, and therefore, what are the two processes? That will not be repeated. I doubt it. Territoriality, very, very important place. Authority right to collect taxes. And which is that place? Under the symbiotic relation, it is the place that gives protection. That has the right to demand that it be supported. All right. So, what is meant by status of taxation? Determinants of status of taxation, jurisdiction, we said, the symbiotic relationship, and therefore what determines 73, and let's talk about this. You have the general rule here. Power could be exercised only within the territorial boundaries. Why? Why? Because it's only within the territorial boundaries that protection may be given. And therefore here, what are the exceptions to the rule on territoriality? Again, notice, outside but subject to tax. And what would that be? Or resident citizens, tax on incomes from without, under the concept of mobilius contra personam. And therefore, here, notice, so, inside but not tax. Again, you have the concept here of committee as well as reciprocity. And just take note of that, committee in pariam non habet imperium, as between equals, there's no sovereign. Therefore, the properties and incomes of foreign states in the Philippine territory are not subject to collection of taxes. Why? Well, there are various reasons behind this. The first reason, of course, would be the foreign state, when it enters into the territory of another state, does not submit itself to the jurisdiction of that state. Second, again, the impossibility of collection. Ayaw magbayad, ano gagawin mo? Would you wage war against the other state? No. That's why we said it's not. And then you have the concept of reciprocity, and therefore, do laws operate? 67 is Philippines resides abroad and outside subject to taxing power, and therefore, let's have a look at the situs. The most important here would be the situs of income taxes. That is the most important here. Property, not so. Excise, not so. Transfer, not so. All right, now. So, real property, lex situs, where the property is situated. Personal property, remember, here, it is where the real property is situated. Why? It's immovable, and therefore, to be subject to protection given by the place where it's located. Then, when you talk about personal property, then it is the place where the owner is found, under the concept of mobilia secuntur personam. So, therefore, here, tangibles, then, mobilia secuntur personam, intangibles, business situs. What do you mean by this business status concept? Example, you have shares of stocks of domestic corporations. They would have obtained a business status in the Philippines, therefore, irrespective of where sold, subject to Philippine income taxation. Kasi, ito ang business situs. Okay, situs of transfer taxes. We talk about nationality, doctrine of location. We discussed that a while ago. And therefore, what is the status of taxation of transfer of property by gift or debt? Then status of excess taxes, again, privilege enjoyed. Then question, what is the status of taxation of business and occupation? State the basis, ito ngayon ang problema. It's now a 3-star. Now, do not forget what I was trying to tell you. What I'm going to tell you is that the status of taxation, of income taxation, is dependent upon the place where the income earning activity took place. Saan ba kumita? And therefore, you must understand the meaning of income from sources from within the Philippines and income from sources from without the Philippines. Within and without. All right, so let's talk about this now. So, here you have domiciliary, nationality, and then the doctrine of activity. So therefore here, I would like you to master the concept of the general principles of income taxation. Alam nyo na yan, ha? So, again, individuals, and therefore individuals, residents from within and without, non-residents, OCWs and seamen, income from within, aliens only income from within. Dali sabihin. Pero ano ba yung income from within? Ano ba yung income from without? Yun, that's a problem. Alright. General rule. General rule, ha? It is the place where the income earning activity took place where you have the situs of income taxation. Situs. Saan ba kumita? And therefore, in order to know where the income earning activity took place, you must be able to understand the concepts of incomes from within and incomes from without. So remember that, huh? And let's go back here. So, I don't mind this. These are just definitions. And you must understand this. Again, these definitions here. And so previous again. And again, notice overseas contract worker. Seaman is starting January 1, 2000 and January 1, 1998, that you have this definition now of a seaman. Prior to January 1, 1998, the incomes from within and without of seamen were always subject to tax in the Philippines. You remember that, huh? But starting January 1, 1998, then there will be tax only on the incomes from within and not from without. And therefore, who are these seamen that we're talking about? So, So again, who receives compensation as a member of the complement of vessel engaged exclusively in international trade. What do you understand when you talk about one that is engaged exclusively in international trade? What do you mean by that? Well, what it means is that this foreign vessel must call between two international ports or between a domestic port and an international port. So therefore, if that vessel calls between two domestic ports, it's not one that is engaged exclusively in international trade. So remember that, huh? Okay, so resident alien, non-resident alien, corporations again. You know the meaning of corporations. We'll talk about that later on. But domestic, within and without, foreign, only from within. All right, so in general, on what does the income depends? Again, citing the income is taxable, so therefore you must state the general principles of income taxation. Now, status of taxation means the place of jurisdiction to impose, you state the basis. Oh, bearing in mind, what is the situs? Again, use again the concept, general principles of income taxation. Resident citizens, income from within and without. Non-resident citizens, OCWs, and seamen, income from within. Aliens, income from within. Again, corporations, domestic, within and without. Foreign corporations, only within. So do not forget that, very, very important. So what is the principle of mobilia secunda personam? And then I add, illustrate. Your illustration here would be resident citizens. Resident citizens, remember, are to be taxed both on the income from within and without. The income from without, but the income from without follows the resident here in the Philippines. Therefore, you have the application of the concept of mobilia secuntur personam. You follow now? Okay. From what sources of income are the following taxable? Citizen of the Philippines, within and without, non-resident within, individual citizen within, again, income from within, domestic within and without. 98. 99, no, this is 2002 already, no? So, what is the rule of income taxation? All right, let's find out. Mr. Sebastian is a Filipino seaman employed by a Norwegian company which is engaged exclusively in international shipping. He and his wife, who manages their business, filed a joint income tax return. What is the rule of income taxation with respect to Mr. Sebastian's income in 1997 as a seaman on board the Norwegian vessel engaged in international shipping? Explain your answer. Is that subject of tax? Again, you forgot something that I mentioned to you just a while ago. The concept started when? January 1, 1998. Iyan, anong income niya? 1997. Therefore, subject to tax. Remember, do not forget that. That's why I said, alam nyo yan eh, ang problema nyo is recall. And how do you test your recall? Again, we said, subukan mo mag-answer ng hypothetical question. You cover the answer, try to answer, and then check your answer. Ganun ang ano mo. Right now. So, okay, 2007. Will Zay be liable to pay income tax on the 45,000 monthly income? So you have problems of this character, and your analysis should be to determine the nature and character of the taxpayer, and then look for the source. And then compare it with the general principles of income taxation. So, paano katulad nito? Zay is a Filipino immigrant living in the U.S. for more than 10 years. He's retired and he came back to the Philippines as a balikbayan. Every time he comes to the Philippines, he stays here for about a month. So, what is he? What is he? Resident in their states for about 10 years. Pag pupunta siya sa Pilipinas, isang buwan lang siya. So what is he? What do you consider him? He's a citizen, but what kind of citizen is he? He's a non-resident citizen. Therefore, if he's a non-resident citizen, on what income is going to be taxed? Only what? Income from within. So yan, next question. While in the Philippines, with his pension pay from his former employer, he purchased 3 condominium units in Makati, which is renting out for 15,000 a month each. Will Zay be liable to pay income tax on the 45,000 monthly income? Bayad ba siya? Yes. Why? It's considered as income from within. Why considered? Pag sinabi mo, this is income from within, and you stop there, your answer is not complete. Kasi ang tanong, why is it income from within? Okay, so after having resolved, why? Because the income earning activity took place in the Philippines because the apartments are located, the condominium units are located in the Philippines. Is that enough? You come up with the third sentence. Again, you must explain why why the incomes from within of a non-resident citizen are subject to the payment of income taxes. Why? Because again, protection is given to his property in the Philippines, etc. So remember the step-by-step analysis. Hindi pwede na isa lang, tapos ka na. So that's your complete answer here. All right, let's have a look at, this is dangerous by the way. Now, so therefore, let's not talk about income from within and from without. Now remember, do not forget this. As a general rule, the income earning activity must take place in the Philippines. General rule. There are exceptions, as you shall find out in a little while. All right, let's find out. First, interest. Okay, you talk about interest. There are two kinds of interest here. One would be interest on bank deposits and deposit substitutes. General rule, if the bank is located in the Philippines, the financial institution is located in the Philippines, then income from within. Kasi nandito siya. Without. Nasa labas, then income from without. Is there any exception here? All right, let's talk about the exception. Revenue ruling says that if what is deposited will be the foreign currency earnings of a non-resident citizen, an OCW, or a seaman, or a foreign corporation, or an alien, then what were deposited would be income from without, therefore the fruits, the interest would also be considered as income from without. Yun lang ang exception, yun ang valid na tandaan nyo dyan. So in short, you have again a Japayuki returning to the Philippines, deposits again the lapad in a bank here in the Philippines, the interest at income from without. But if the Japayuki converts the lapad into Philippine pesos, and then again deposits it, the interest is considered as income from within. Bakit lapad? Kasi malapad yung pera ng hapon. Kaya lapad. Let's go back. You learn something that will not help you pass the bar. Okay, so, hindi naman tatanungin sa bar sa'yo, bakit malapad? Okay, let's go back. So that's one type of interest. Another type of interest would be interest upon loans. Let's talk about the case of Mitsubishi Metal now. Mitsubishi Metal. Okay. You have a Philippine corporation. The representative now goes to Japan to borrow money. In fact, they were able to borrow money. And here, they spent the money to purchase machinery in Japan, which were shipped to the Philippines. So therefore, payment time now comes. And the Philippine borrower now remits payment in foreign currency to Mitsubishi Metal. Question, is that subject to withholding tax on income? Yes, because according to the Supreme Court, there could be no other source of the income than from within the Philippines because it is from the Philippines where the money came from. So, no bar problem asked there. So just take note of that. Now, interest from within, talking about the OCW, there was a problem asked in the past. All right, so take note. What about dividends? Now, dividends that are paid by a domestic corporation are always considered as income from within, no matter where the owner is located, no matter where the shares of stocks are found. Why? Because domestic corporations have obtained the business status in the Philippines and protection is given, therefore, to the domestic corporation. So always incomes from within. Now, what about if the dividends have been paid by a foreign corporation? Well, if the dividends paid by a foreign corporation, you must now determine the source of the income of the foreign corporation. If more than 50% of the income of that foreign corporation for the past 3 years originated from Philippine sources, then the dividends are considered as incomes from within. On the other hand, not 5 years or not 3 years, again, and take note again also, less than 50%, then considered as incomes from without. Question, why is it important for you to know whether incomes from within or without? Because it is taxability. It is dependent upon the different natures and character of these various persons. All right. This is the popular one. Services. And take note. It is where the service is rendered. Technically, that's where the income earning activity took place. Saan ba siya nagtrabaho? Nagtrabaho sa Pilipinas, income from within, because that's where the income earning activity took place. Nagtrabaho sa labas ng bansa, then again, notice, that's where the income earning activity took place, therefore income from without, and irrespective of where the money came from. Makisang galing yung pera. Halimbawa, you have a Filipino working abroad. The money comes from the Philippines because his employer is a local, is a domestic firm, then income from without, even if it comes from within. All right. Then, rentals and royalties. Well, dependent upon where the property is located. So, sale of real property, where the real property is located. Sale of personal property, where the sale was consummated. In short, where the contract was finalized or entered into, that is determinative of whether income from within or income from without. So in short, here, contracted for in the Philippines, irrespective of where paid, irrespective of where delivered, then here considered as income from within. So do not forget, very, very dangerous. All right, without baliktad lang yan. We'll talk about that, you know that already. Again, you will do not services or rentals, we'll talk about that. So it's just the reverse. Interest income, again, we'll talk about that, the two concepts here. Then also, notice, we already talked about generally, and then income from without of aliens, non-resident seamen, we already discussed that. Then situs of interest from loans, again, irrespective of the place where the loan was contracted, Mitsubishi Metal. Remember that, we talk about that. And therefore, you have this only given in 89. And can the BIR collect taxes on the interest remitted to non-foreign corporation? Decide the case with reasons. NDC borrowed amount of 3 million. Guaranteed the payment. Non-resident refused to pay taxes, got interest. No. Notice again, this is considered as income from within. There could be no other source, etc. The fact that there was an absolute guarantee talks merely about the payment of the obligation, does not talk about the payment of taxes. Dividends, interesting, huh? You remember the concept of dividends, huh? Focus your attention, your discussion on what is the issue. No need to discuss withholding tax rates if applicable. By the way, unless the bar question abbreviates, you do not abbreviate. So remember that, huh? Now, so let's have a look at this one now. SK Co is a Hong Kong company. By the way, you now, I said, let's go back. From the beginning, you start analyzing already. All right, so which SK Co is a Hong Kong company which has a duly licensed Philippine branch engaged in trading activities in the Philippines. So this is what? A foreign corporation. SK Co also invested directly in 40% of the shares of stocks of ACO. This is a Philippine corporation. The shares are booked in the head office of SK Co and are reflected as assets of the Philippine branch. In 2008, ACO, which is what? ACO is what? A Philippine corporation, declared dividends to its stockholders. Therefore, if it is a domestic corporation, what do you consider the shares of stocks? They're what? Income from where? Income from within. And notice here, who is the income earner there? SK Co. And what is SK Co? A foreign corporation. And if it is a foreign corporation, upon which is it going to be taxed? Only upon what? Income from within. And therefore, the question is, here, should it be subject to withholding taxes? Yes. Why? These are incomes from within of a foreign corporation that is subject to tax only in incomes from within and not from without. And then you proceed to explain why it is considered as incomes from within, and you proceed to explain also why incomes from within are subject to Philippine income taxation. Maliwanag dangerous yan, only 1999. Next. Income from services. Income from personal services. Ako, isang tambak yan. Okay, as a recap, you now have a look at the determination of whether it's income from within and from without for services. In short, we said where it is the place where the service was performed. And therefore, irrespective of the income tax earner, it doesn't really matter. Okay, unless, again, you have a resident citizen who to be taxed on both income from within and from without. All right, so let's see. So situs, place where the service was rendered, Philippines from within, then also abroad from without. Now, therefore, question. Will said GWMC personnel sent to Davao City be subject to Philippine income tax on their salaries while they work in Davao City? This you should be able to answer, even if you look at the problem setting, but for the bar, you must always go back and have a look at the problem setting. So, balik tayo. Just have a look at this. Will said GWMC personnel sent to Davao City be subject to Philippine income tax on their salaries while they work in Davao City? What do you consider this? What kind of income is this? Income from? Within. Kasi nga, we said, kung saan nagtrabaho. And therefore, irrespective of the nature of character of the taxpayer, always subject to tax. Why? Kasi whether resident, whether non-resident, whether alien, if it is income from within, always subject to tax. Did you follow the discussion here? Okay, balik tayo. So, GW Corporation Incorporated operating under the Superior Republic, GWC will plan to enter into a 100,000 contract whereby GWM sells to DCC a GWMC manufactured bill. Under the proposed contract, which will be signed in Hong Kong, GWMC will ship the ball mill from Shanghai to Davao City. GWMC will also send its Chinese technicians. So, kung Chinese sila, what are they? Aliens. Kung aliens, upon what may be the subject of taxation, income sa within. Where was the service performed? Davao City, Philippines. Therefore, subject to tax. So, do not forget, I said, the step-by-step analysis. So, always from the very beginning, it's a step-by-step analysis. All right, so let's go back now. So, subject. Now, therefore, let's have a look at this one. Question. Are the three foreign personnel subject to Philippine income tax? So, what is your preliminary analysis? If they have what? Income from within. Kung wala silang income from within, na subject to tax. Pero may income sila from within, then subject to tax. But how do you determine income from within? Where? How? It is where the activity was performed. Saan sila nagtrabaho? Let's go back. So, Newtex is an American firm duly authorized to engage in business in its activity of acting as a buying agent for foreign buyers of shares and dresses abroad and performing liaison work within its home office. Newtex does not generate any income. To finance its office expenses here, its head office abroad regularly remits to it the needed amount. To oversee its operation and maintain its office here, which has been in existence for 2 years, the head office assigned 3 foreign personnel. O saan nagtrabaho si 3 foreign personnel? How did you arrive at that conclusion? Because again, to oversee its operations and manage here, the head office assigned. So income from within, why? Because the activity here, which is operating and managing the head office here, is performed in the Philippines. All right? I hope you're able to understand that. That's okay. 97. On which of the above incomes is she taxable, if at all, in the Philippines? Don't mind this. This is an old question. Don't mind that. Hindi na applicable yan. Ito lang applicable. Why? Because here, in 1997, incomes from within and from without are subject to tax, except that the rate of taxation is different. Now, incomes from without are not going to be subject anymore to tax if you have a non-resident citizen. Imagine, ang laki ng tinapon natin. Remember, what have you noticed? OCWs are not subject to income taxation. Ninyo napansin yun? O kayo, nagtatrabaho kayo dito, nakukuba na kayo. Are you subject to income taxation? Are you? Yes. Why are they called the heroes but hindi kayo? You notice how stupid it is. Di ba? Di ba katawa-tawa yun? Ba't kayo pumapayag? Di ba? That's why, I don't know, no? I don't know. That's why there are only two items that I believe in the newspapers. Dalawa lang, comics at horoscope. Lahat hindi na totoo. Kasi nga, minsan nga, obituary page, hindi na rin totoo eh. Why? That is the best way to again, threaten somebody with death. Buhay pa, pakabit mo yung pangalan niya sa obituary page. Death threat yun. Di ba? Okay. I hope I'm not teaching you anything. So, balik tayo. So, balik tayo. On which of the incomes is he taxable, if any, if at all, in the Philippines? Balikan natin. One, a Filipino citizen, has immigrated to the U.S., where is now a permanent resident. So, therefore, what is he? Non-resident citizen. If it's a non-resident citizen, on what is going to be taxed? Only on incomes from within and not without. He owns certain income-earning property in the Philippines from which he continues to derive substantial income. He also receives income as employment in the U.S. which the U.S. income tax is paid. Anong subject siya? Only one. This one, income from within, not this one which is income from without. Now, 97 na yan. Okay. 1999. Are these salaries, allowances, and rentals subject to Philippine income tax? So, ano ba siya muna? Pag ganyan ang tanong, determine, sino ba siya? After that, where is the origin of the income? All right, let's go back. ACO, a Philippine corporation, has an executive P who is a Filipino citizen. ACO has a subsidiary in Hong Kong and will assign P for an indefinite period to work full-time for HKCO. So, if P will work indefinitely for HKCO, what would that make him? He would be what? So whether he's a non-resident alien or an OCW, the effect does not matter. By the way, technically, you have a distinction. Because when you talk about an OCW is one who spends most of the time abroad earning a living with the intention to return to the Philippines. But a non-resident citizen does not have any intention anymore to return. So technically, may pagkakaiba yon. But you don't talk about the distinction unless it is asked. So therefore, let's go back. So alam mo na, he's either a non-resident or an OCW. Therefore, if so, he's going to be taxed only upon what? Income from within and not from without. Why? Why? Because what? He performs services outside of the Philippines. Now, so P will bring his family to reside in Hong Kong and will lease out his residence in the Philippines. The salary of P will be shouldered 50% by ACO, while the other plus 50%, again, of living allowance will be shouldered by HKCO. PCO will credit the 50% of P's salary to P's Philippine bank account. P will sign the contract of employment. Does those matter? No, it would not matter. Walang pakialam yun. Why? Because the determinative factor is what? Place where the income-earning activity took place, and the income-earning activity took place in Hong Kong. So remember that. And therefore here, P will also be receiving rental income. So therefore, salaries, allowances, is that subject to Philippine income tax? No. And you know the reason. What about the rentals? Is it subject? Yes. But do not forget the step-by-step reasoning process, ending with an explanation why the income derived from rentals would be subject to Philippine income taxation. Protection is given to the property that is the source of the income. So remember that, And that was the last time that you had the problem asked. In that area, therefore, very dangerous. Ito, alam nyo na ito. Again, this is again where the income earning, and then you have here domestic, and then volume sales commission, Great Wall. We already talked about that. Bates 94. Offline carriers, you already know that. And therefore here, uplifts must, remember, the law says uplifts. It does not talk about landings. West African talks about landings, which is wrong. But for purposes of the bar, use West African. Remember that, huh? Because the Supreme Court is the interpreter. And therefore, before you become a lawyer, I would like to remind you that you must obey the Word of God. But when you become a lawyer, you question the Word of God, but still you must obey. Ano ibig ko sabihin nun? You don't question jurisprudence, there will be no change in jurisprudence, but you must obey if the Supreme Court says you are wrong, even if you know you are right. So do not forget that, huh? Question, but obey. Ngayon, don't question yet. You must always obey. Pag abogado ka na, then question and obey. Alright, so go back. So, it is, again, resident foreign, again, except for resident foreign that are, again, international, that derive, again, from, originating from the Philippines. Yun ang exact wordings eh. Kaya walang landings eh. Because it says, carriage of persons originating from the Philippines. From. Hindi yung dumating, paalis. So don't mind look at West African, don't mind this. Use West African. Do not forget, huh? Okay, now. So that's 2.5% of gross Philippine billings. The government shall be taxed at the rate of gross Philippine billings. Again, international carriers that applies in the Philippines but nonetheless earn income, dyan yung West African, will be taxed at the rate of 30% at South African, that's February 16, 2010. So 2010 yan, ha? Gross yan, no deduction. Why? Because they're considered, again, as non-residents, again, here, paying tax on their income from within. South African Airways, February 16, 2010. Rate supplied, I changed the rate. Kasi current na eh. Now, so reason, are engaged in doing business in the Philippines under income from sales, therefore, now here is income from within the Philippines. And gross Philippine billings, again, notice, this is quotation, amount of gross revenues derived originating from the Philippines in a continuous and respective place where issue and the place of the payment of the sales document. NIRC. That's why I quoted this, because, again, of my comment that South African is wrong. Pero, yun ang tama. Kung kailan tama ang mali. Don't forget that, ha? Baka mabaril kayo sa luneta, mahirap na. Okay, so you've seen this already. I've discussed this with you. And therefore here, income from the sale of personal property. If it is sale of real property, where is the site of taxation? We said, place where the contractual agreement was consummated. Not the place of delivery, not the place of payment, not the place where the personal property is found. It is the place, again, where the contractual agreement was consummated. All right? So, country were sold, whether purchased from within and sold without, or purchased from without and sold from within. It does not matter. All right? And therefore, if shares of stocks of domestic corporation, irrespective of where sold, always considered as income from within. Why? Why? Because domestic corporations have obtained a business status in the Philippines. So what? So what? If they obtain a business status in the Philippines? Because protection is given, etc. Don't forget the basic reason behind the law. Okay, so let's have a look at the problem here. Explain. PICO seeks your advice to whether or not it will subject the payments of the purchase price of withholding tax. Explain your advice. HK Co. is a Hong Kong corporation not doing business in the Philippines. It holds 40% of the shares of ACO, a Philippine company, while the 60% is owned by PICO, a Philippine-owned Philippine corporation. So therefore here, HK owns shares of stocks of ACO. And what is ACO? Philippine Corporation. HK also owns 100% of the shares of BICO, an Indonesian company. So what is this Indonesian company? Foreign corporation. Due to worldwide restructuring of HK group, HK decided to sell all its shares in A and B costs. The negotiations for the buyout and the signing of the agreement of sale were all done in the Philippines. The agreement provides that the purchase price will be paid to HK Coast bank account in the U.S., and the title to A and B company shares will pass from Hong Kong to PICO in Hong Kong, where the certificate of tax will be delivered. PICO seeks your advice as to whether or not it will subject, are they subject to withholding taxes? Are they subject? What is the basis for taxation when you talk about sales of personal property? Where is the place where the okay, and therefore, notice, and therefore, is it subject? Yes. Why? Because protection is being given to the transaction again that resulted to the sale of those particular shares of stocks. So, napakadali, di ba? Napakadali niyan. Okay. Respect for government exemption, again, to reduce money being handled by the government. This is Maceda versus Macaraig. Why? When the government taxes itself, where is it going to get the money? From its right pocket. Saan pupunta? To its left pocket. So, ganun lang storya niya, na? And, okay, government may tax itself, law provides imposition, for example, tariff and customs code. And therefore here, wala yan, 1 star lang yan. 64 and 65, 20% rule. Then, may the state subject is subdivision? If so, when? Yes. And when may it be subject? Again, it depends upon the state, etc. Committee is a limitation. Property, again, shall not be subject to taxing powers of another. Basis in par parem non type A. The power of taxation is an act of sovereignty. Remember that? And therefore, state will not exercise its sovereignty upon its equals. So, in par parem non habet imperium, and then we said impossibility of collection. Hindi ka makasingil, gagawin mo, gigirahin mo. Hindi pwede, no? Okay, does not subject itself to the jurisdiction of the other. All right, so, 89, so take note of that, ha? Minsan lang din na inulit. When constitutionality may be questioned, again, actual case or controversy, notice susceptible of judicial adjudication, likewise ripeness for adjudication, is ripe for adjudication when the governmental act, again, in challenge to direct adverse, etc. Just take note of that. Petition must show a personal stake in the outcome of the case or injury. That's why we discussed this when we're talking about locus standi. And the constitutionality is an exception to ripeness. Just take note of the ripeness here. And we could go very, very fast here. Said, no bar problems asked in this area. Then, general rule, if law is partially unconstitutional, then again you have the concept of the separability clause. Separability clause, which is important for you to remember here. Again, therefore, stuck. Na-stuck na. Okay. So, exception general rule, again, so mutually independent, that you could not, again, consider a portion as invalid and the other as valid. Okay, so just take note of that, not that important, just take note. And this is again based on the latest case, and this is the case of British American Tobacco versus Camacho. Now, let me talk about this for a while. British American Tobacco versus Camacho in relation, again, to the case of International Asia Auctioneers. Why? In the case of International Asia Auctioneers, the Supreme Court held then that if the issue is constitutionality of a revenue regulation, then again, it should be the Court of Tax Appeals that should have jurisdiction. Why? Because that would have reference to other matter arising under the provisions of the National Internal Revenue Code. But that ruling was reversed here in the case of British Tobacco, American Tobacco versus Camacho, whereby it was said that explicitly that when the issue is constitutionality of a revenue regulation, it must be the regular courts that would have jurisdiction. So remember that, but there is a big but here. Be careful. Why is it that you have to be very careful? If the issue of constitutionality was raised in relation to an assessment notice, then to my mind, it should always be the Court of Tax Appeals. So remember that, huh? Remember that. Now, I don't call the constitutional limitations as limitations. I refer to them as restrictions. Of course, I will not explain that. There's a technical concept there. So there are two kinds, general or indirect, and here, specific or direct. So, theoretically, wala naman importante ron, no? Except that, there was a question in the past that asked the student to enumerate the direct and to enumerate the indirect. Ano ba pagkakaiba? When you talk about, here notice, general or indirect, you notice there are no statements, there are no phrases here that refers to tax or taxation. For example, so notice again, general principles of international law as part of the law of the land. You don't see tax there. Due process. No person shall be deprived of liberty or property without due process of law. Let's go back. No person shall be deprived of liberty or property without due process of law. Is that a complete statement? Yes. As on your life. Remember, it's prohibited to impose the death penalty. So you don't talk about life anymore. Kasi hindi na nga pwedeng mag-deprive ng life. You follow? You follow my argument? Okay, now, so wala. Nor shall any person be denied the equal protection of the laws. Walang tax. Freedom of the press. Wala rin mention ng tax dyan. Reduced freedom. Non-impairment clause, lawmaking, etc. No irreparable law, share of clemency. But when you talk about a specific or direct, then you see the words tax or taxation. For example, no imprisonment for non-payment of a poll tax. I didn't include debt because debt has nothing to do with taxation. So, by the way, you apply only that that's appropriate. Next, the rule of taxation shall be uniform and equitable. So, may tax yan. Congress shall evolve a progressive system of taxation. And then you have the delegation here, all appropriation levy and tariff bills shall, again, and then you have Supreme Court, the review, the lawmaking, then utilization, tax exemptions, and therefore, ito yung hindi ko gusto. 66 is not a problem yet. State at least 3 provisions that have direct or indirect, so anything, labo-labo. But when you look at the follow-up question, discuss briefly 4 directly concerning taxation. So, ibig sabihin yan, only those that have the word tax or taxation is what you're going to discuss. So be careful. Yun lang. That's the only warning I would like to take note here, you to take note here, because there's nothing more than enumerations. So, 72 and 73. Ito, 6 lang hinihingi. Ito lahat. Did you follow? Sabi niya, pero sa multiple choice maganda to. Which among the following is not a constitutional restriction? Or which among the following is a constitutional restriction? Ayun. That's why I said, multiple choice is difficult. You must have a mastery of the basics. Pag multiple. And do not forget about 20-30% of the exams question this year will be multiple choice for you. All right? So, bastos to, isipin mo. Discuss said inherent, ibig sabihin, lahat pa di-discuss niya. Hindi ka makakatapos niyan. So you discuss only 2 or 3, and then, but you say there are more. But time limitations prohibit me from writing everything. Dimiskarte ka, di ba? Okay, general principles, this is important for you, general principles of international as part. Anong relasyon nito sa taxation? All right? There should be no, this is again, here, the case of British American Tobacco versus Camacho. Lumang kaso to 2008 pa And therefore, you talk about, again, so classification phrase, ano ba yung classification phrase? Ibig sabihin nun, the Bureau of Internal Revenue now could not change the manner of classification of cigarettes. Kasi different brands have different classification, different taxes. So the law refers to that as the classification phrase. So, to all newly introduced brands in the market, whether imported, let's not purport to single out imported cigarettes in order to duly favor locally produced ones, even if the classification phrase provision violates the GATT, the outcome would still be the same. The GATT is treaty duly ratified. Ito mo naman to, maling-mali. Again, does the Senate ratify a treaty? No. What is the role of the Senate? It merely what? Concurs in the ratification. Sabi niya, come on, I said. When I was arguing a case before the Supreme Court, I have to correct. Wala, retired ng justice na yun, at least 6 times. And all of them were glaring at me. Ako, bakit gunggong siya eh? Magawa ko. I have to correct him. Tapos nagkamali, 2008 case kakabit yan. Ano ba naman kayo? So in short, what is, hindi binabasa ng justice na pumipirma. So interesting, magbasa naman sila. Alright, now, but, again, obey. Obey. Yun ang problema. Okay, it merely acquired the status of a statute. And this is, again, here, a landmark doctrine. Why landmark doctrine? Because this departs from the concept contained in the case of Tanyada versus Angara. This was by argument. I said, no, it's merely a statute. Uy, sabi sa akin ng Supreme Court noon, hindi, mali ka. Eh ngayon, sabi nila, tama daw ako. Interesting, ha? So, kasi here, it is merely here a statute as far as I'm concerned. And therefore, if there is a later law that contravenes the provisions of the WTO, then to my mind, that would take precedence over the WTO. Kasi ganito yun eh. That's why I hate that provision so much, no? Notice, there is a proviso in the WTO that says that we must amend all our laws that conflicts with the WTO, and the Supreme Court now came up with the concept of limited sovereignty. Sovereignty, according to the Supreme Court, is not absolute anymore, according to Tanyada versus Angara. But said, no, how could that be? Wala akong magagawa. And then, balik sila. Yan ang sinasabi nila. So, in international, therefore, ano ngayon? Which takes precedence. To my mind, therefore, under this new concept, if there is a law that contravenes WTO, then it is that law that obtains primacy, and your authority is British American Tobacco. So, political yan. Bakit? Parang hindi ako makatakbo sa political law. Because taxation is nothing more than a stepchild of political law. Specifically, the constitutional law aspects. Kanya nga gustong burahin ang taxation eh. But I'm objecting. Bakit? What is my point of objection? My point of objection is this. They would want to transfer the constitutional aspects to political law and the remedial aspects to remedial law. Kung buburahin nyo burahin nyo na lahat. Why? Lalong maraming babagsak. Bakit? Kung ngayon nga may focus already on taxation, ang dami pang hindi pumapasa. How much more? Pag hinalo mo doon, dinalito na yung estudyante, hindi na alam kung anong re-reviewin niya. Di ba? You notice that? So it's either you don't remove it, maintain as it is, or you remove it in its entirety. So yun ang problema. Okay, but let's talk about this. Applying the basic concepts in case of a reconcilable conflict between statutes, then again, it would still prevail either as a letter enactment by Congress or as a special law dealing with the station of sin. So therefore, notice again, that's why, ito na ngayon yan. That is the basic concept now. Political law, very, very important for you. Very, very important. Okay. Again, of sin products. So remember that, very, very important, not only for taxation, but also for political law. And what about the due process clause? Again, not much for political, not much for taxation, though renders judgment only after trial. This is my favorite. Responsiveness that is a promise of reason and obedience to the dictates of justice. Yan yung mga panggulat, if you'd be able to remember that. Due process, again, means responsiveness to the supremacy of reason and obedience to the dictates of justice. Basta binuksan ba? May sinasabi ito. Okay, so take note of that. So, when due process, only if there's clear contravention. Ito sa bar, hindi masyadong popular to. Kinds of due process, substantive, which limits lawmaking and rulemaking, procedural, judicial, and quasi-judicial. Yun yan. Okay, now. Okay. Tamo, ito lang. That's why that's not that important. Substantive due process, notice, tax must be for a public purpose. This is nothing more than, again, the case of Pepsi Cola. the first three inherent limitations are in fact here the requirements of due process for taxation. Again, so take note of that, huh? And therefore, the statutory court determination, amount of tax to be imposed, notice and hearing, and again, you have this. But, Mactan Cebu, all right, let's illustrate this. Okay, no, wala na, because that would have been discussed for you already, huh? The reconciliation between Mactan Cebu and Pepsi-Cola. Procedural due process, again, should be given, opportunity to be heard, notice criteria, general type, o kailan, when is it that trial type proceeding is required? When? Again, notice, importance of the individual interest concerned, values specific procedural safeguards, foremost interest in fiscal and administrative efficiency, and what are the regulations of administrative due process. Again, this is nothing more than the case of ang tibay. So do not forget ang tibay. So, right of a person again, and notice again, tribunal so constituted, etc., etc. This is nothing more than CIR versus ang tibay. So this is the criteria here that you must try to remember. For purpose of the bar, also not that important. Okay, also just take note of this. This is the case of Judy Ann Lumagi Santos. And who is that? Ayun, si Judy Ann, si Juday. Criminal case, CTA 001. Siyang unang criminal case. Bakit? Kasi her lawyer is not a tax lawyer. Ang ginawa ng abogado niya, nung inimbestigan ng BIR, kinasuhan niya lahat yung BIR. So, di sabi ng BIR, magulo ka, doon na lang sa DOJ. Ginawa naman niya, kinasuhan lahat yung DOJ, nabanas ang DOJ, sinampa yung kaso. Tapos si Judy Ann. Kawawa naman, ano? O, yung kasabayan niya, sino kasabayan? Si Regine Velasquez, hindi kinasuhan. Si Richard Gomez, hindi kinasuhan. Why? The government is more interested in collecting than sending people to jail. So, magbayad ka na lang. Tapos. Huwag sa BIR personal, sa BIR officially. Okay, so, yan, wala. Tignan nyo lang, walang kwenta yan. Just take note of that. Again, whether the respondents probably guilty, again, it's not the occasion. However, prosecutor is already satisfied, determined the existence based on the parties' evidence presented, he may terminate the proceedings and resolve the case that is against Santos versus People, etc. Rulemaking of taxing authority, again, just take note of this. So, at least you know that two kinds of administrative rulings, legislative rulings, interpretative, and therefore, have a look at principles of taxation part 2. So, part 2 na tayo. We'll be able to cover, I think, everything. Madali lang, ha? So, all right. Right. Yeah. Let's go and have a look at this concept here, and this is the concept again of equal protection, no? Equal protection clause. All right. This is the provision insofar as equal protection is concerned. Now, I would like you to remember this. In this area of the discussion, all of this means one and the same. Pare-pareho yan. Equal protection, uniformity, and equitableness, they are all the same. All right. Now, so, equality, they are all the same. Subject and object are similarly situated, shall be subject to the same burdens, and again, granted the same privileges without any discrimination whatsoever. So remember that, So therefore, equal protection equals equality protection. Uniformity is also the same. Remember, general rule. But when you talk about local government taxation, the rule is different. Uniformity then would be pertaining only to a geographical unit. In short, the tax rate should be the same within the same geographical boundary. Pagka local. Pagka general principles, then the same. All right, now, let's find out what is important. So, again, this is the purpose of due process, equal protection clause, and notice again, that is the purpose there, and notice rationale for equal protection, approximating again the ideal of lost benefits being available to all, and affairs of man being governed by the serene, again, and impartial, which is the essence of the idea of the law, etc. And likewise, standard, again, demonstrate, far from being inspired by the attainment, again, of common will from the spirit of hostility, at least discrimination that finds no support in reason. Yun ang konsepto. And therefore here, remember, you're talking about the requirement for a valid classification. Both in previous concern, therefore, and the principle under circumstances which, if not identical, are analogous. Again, therefore, the law does not mean that you should be treated the same if you are different. And that is the essence now of our problem here. That is the essence of our, and what is the essence of our problem? Is that it does not demand absolute equality. So, there must be a classification. And notice again, so, mere inequality does not violate equal protection. Why? Very idea is that of inequality. But what is the important thing here is that the classification must be valid. So, law does not prohibit inequality, so long as, again, they are really different. So, therefore, let's go back to the concept here. So, mere inequality, again, is in no manner determines matter of constitutionality. It's not. And therefore, here, Constitution allows for valid classification. And therefore, here, does not require things that are different to be in law. Hence, the classification, if rational, is allowable. This is the rational basis test. Rational basis test. Huh? It is inherent in the power again to freely select. And again, notice again the ruling here, particular class of exemption infringes no constitutional limitation. And therefore, here, what is classification? Again, grouping of things again, because they agree with one another, and notice again, state has discretion to make classification. But remember, it must be a valid classification. Valid, so, if necessary, classification be based on scientific, etc. It is necessary to be made with mathematical nicety. And therefore, what then would be the basis here? And what would be the basis? Notice again, what are the standards for valid classification? Notice, all that's required is that it is reasonable. It should be based on substantial distinctions which make for real differences. It must be germane to the purpose of the law. Notice, it must not be limited to existing conditions only and applicable to each class. And that is Abacadabru, citing, again, the case of De Vera. Huh? So remember, this is the case, citing, both of these cases cited De Vera. That's why I refer to that as the De Vera classification. Okay, now, but, said, rational basis test. Ito yung problema. This is now American jurisprudence being used locally. All right, so therefore here, what are these three classifications here, okay? You have this, number one, is not satisfied, is based on the reasonable foundation or rational basis. That is the rational basis test. And then you have, again, the strict scrutiny or compelling interest test, suspect class, and then intermediate level scrutiny or the quasi-suspect class. Yan ang problema. Why? Because that's not explained. It's very rare that a professor explains this in class, whether political law or taxation. But remember, you look at the cases, 2008 cases. So, yan ang delikado ngayon. Because all of us have been schooled in the De Vera classification, you must look at the new classifications. Now, again, rational basis, strict scrutiny or compelling interest, and then the intermediate level of scrutiny or the quasi-suspect class. Again, notice, no bar problem has been asked so far in this area. Wala pa. Pero dangerous. All right, let's have a look at them, and I'm pretty sure that this was not adequately discussed. Okay. Classification is valid if it is rationally related to a constitutionally permissible state interest, It is applied to most ordinary economic and regulatory legislation. Oppositor must prove again, that the classification individuals wholly arbitrary or capricious. So remember the catchphrases here, individuals wholly capricious. Therefore, what is the question that should be asked if you're going to use the traditional basis, or sometimes known as the rational basis doctrine or rational basis standard? What is that is supposed to be asked here? Again, here, the question asked will be, is the legislation directed at a legitimate government objective? Is it rationally related, again, to achieving that objective? So those are the questions that are going to be asked here. If yes, equal protection is not violated. So remember that. Now, what about, again, the strict scrutiny test or the suspect class? This is interesting. A compelling interest test, government discriminates against suspect class such as minorities, violate equal protection unless necessary to promote compelling state interest. Right, now let's have a look at this one. There was a U.S. case which invalidated a California law here which prohibits children of illegal aliens from attending public schools in the U.S. because, again, the theory is that they spend tax money because they're illegal aliens. So they should not spend tax money since they're illegal aliens. Public schools are supported by tax money. So sabi nila, kung illegal alien ka, yung anak mo should not study in these schools. Why? Because tax money is being spent. And what is the compelling state interest there? To protect, again, the expenditure of public funds. And how did the Supreme Court, why did the Supreme Court overrule that particular law on the basis, again, of the strict scrutiny test? Kasi sabi ng Supreme Court, look, even if they're illegal aliens, they pay taxes also. So again, notice, therefore, the state interest, again, it's not necessary, therefore, to promote the state interest by prohibiting the children of aliens to attend public schools funded by public funds. So maganda rin, ano ba? All right, now let's go back. Now, so therefore, again, drone, no less burdensome, is available to accommodate state interest, and therefore, you have the intermediate level of scrutiny or the quasi-suspect class. Quasi-suspect class, and therefore here, intentional discrimination against the quasi-suspect class based on gender violates equal protection unless substantially related to important government objectives. So, you could discriminate against gender if it promotes here important government objectives. Okay, let's talk about this one now. You have another case, this time involving here Tennessee. Tennessee. I remember we're talking about federal Supreme Court decisions, not the state Supreme Courts. Huh? Okay, now. So, anong nangyari ganito? Ito. So, there was a law here in Tennessee which exempts from the payment of real property taxes widows. So, yung mga byuda, exempted. So, ungol yung mga widower. Eh, bakit? Sabi nila kami, byudo din kami. O, bakit? Sabi niya. O, they should be stricken down as unconstitutional. U.S. Supreme Court ruled for their constitutionality. Why? What is, we said, remember, notice again, notice. So, it violates unless substantially related to important government objective. U.S. Supreme Court said, no, this discrimination is related to important government objectives. Ano ba yung government objective? Remember, usually, who is the income earner? Usually, it's the male. So, pag namatay yung asawa niya, na byudo siya, may hanap buhay pa rin siya, you could pay taxes. But, if it is the husband who dies, usually the income earner, edi wala nang pambayad si byuda. Oh, so sabi niya, here, important government objective is to protect the widows and the orphans. Tama din naman, di ba? Okay, now. Okay? Again. As it relates to protection from loss resulting to loss of the income earner. Again, bantayan nyo to. This might be a surprise question, not only in tax but also political law. But it is the concept of the rational basis test or the traditional basis test that might be given in taxation. So remember that, don't forget that. So, take note of this. Again, so let's have a look at the later ones and let us see. Ito na, nakita na pala natin to. We talked already about this one, no? Okay, so we already talked about that one. Also, the 2009, we finished with that, so watch out for that. Criteria for application, equality under the same conditions and among persons similarly situated. It's equality among equals, not among those that are different. And again, but what are the more popular questions here? The more popular questions here involve the concept of double taxation. So notice, there are certain things which are different in fact between law as though they were the same. Your protection does not forbid discrimination as to things that are different. So pagka magkakaiba talaga. And again, that was 2008, and therefore let's have a look at, again, this one. Take note of this. Tax rewards law does not violate equal protection. Watch out for that. What is that? You remember you have that treason law? And under that treason law, if the tax collector is not able to collect taxes, tanggal siya sa trabaho o ililipat siya. But if he's able to exceed his target, he's given a reward. So, ungol yung ibang empleyado ng gobyerno. Bakit? Empleyado din kami ng gobyerno, bakit sila may reward, kami wala? Okay, so therefore, notice again. So, kasi may valid classification. And what is the valid classification there? Again, reasonable foundation, kaya sabi ko, is the rational basis or the traditional basis that you would have to look at. Delikado yan. Because it's a reasonable foundation or rational basis. It is the rational basis test that is most popular here. Compelling interest, not so. Strict scrutiny, not so. Again, so it is the traditional, the express public policy of the rewards law is the optimization of the revenue generation, capability, and collection. Hence, the incentives should logically pertain only to said agencies. So, magkaiba sila ng duties compared with the others. Therefore, there is a valid classification based on rational basis. So, remember that, They are principally, again, perform special function to which the state, etc., taxation, indubitably, such substantial distinction, magkaiba, again, here, is germane, intimate, related to the purpose of the law, hence classification accorded, again, under the rewards law, is valid. So remember that, Remember that. Very, very important for you, and that's the case, again, of Abacada versus Purisima. Again, constitutional. Just so you already know that, why it is considered as constitutional. Dedication to duty, it's a valid classification is the one here, and that is very, very important for you to remember. All right, so we'll not discuss that at length. We already finished with the discussion, but remember that is a bit dangerous for you. Again, I thought this is again the Judy Ann case. Don't mind this. I doubt it if this should be given. Again, but it is the case again of Abacada Guru that I would like to take have a look at. Ito kasi yung issue dito. Ito. Let me give to you the example here. This one. Ito. Sabi niya, hinuli siya. This is my example, this is not the law's example. Hinuli siya ng traffic violation. Uy, ba't hindi mo hinuli yun? Violator din. So, Supreme Court said you could not use that as a reason. Why? Okay, so it says, while all persons accused of a crime are to be treated on the basis of equality before the law, Supreme Court said, it does not follow that they are to be protected, and it would be unconscionable, for instance, to excuse a defendant guilty of murder, again, because others have murdered with impunity. So, hinuli siya, traffic violation, hindi niya pwedeng ituro. O yun din, hulihin mo. So, again, why? The remedy for unequal enforcement does not lie in the exoneration of the guilty. But rather, again, protection equal in the pursuit of the law. But no person has the right, again, to demand protection in the commission of a crime. Likewise, failure to enforce the criminal laws as to some persons should be converted as a defense, which resulted that trial of the district attorney for nonfeasance would therefore become an issue in the trial, and the enforcement of the law would suffer a complete breakdown. Kasi ang katiwiran ni Judy Ann, ang dami naman tax evader, bakit ako lang siningle out nyo? Sabi na siya, hindi pwede yun. Okay, so remember that, Okay, so equality in a strict sense, again, treated, and uniformity in a strict sense, again, same rate. This is strict. And let's have a look at, wala to. So, hanggang 76 and archaic. No? Therefore, this is the one that's rather important for you. Double taxation. Delikado to, double taxation. Yan na. Ito to naman, di ba? Talagang doble-doble yung singil sa inyo. Oh, you look, ha? Alright, let's have a look at the concept of tax pyramiding. Tax pyramiding, ha? What is meant by a tax pyramid? Oh, isipin nyo, ano ba yung pyramid? Human pyramid. Patong-patong sila. So in short, yung tax mo, binayaran mong tax, tinatax ka pa rin. And what is the example of a tax pyramid? Could you imagine an example of a tax pyramid? All right. Oh, you're finished with value-added taxes. You remember? What is the basis? What is the tax base for the value-added tax on imports? You try to recall. It is based upon the value used to determine the customs duties plus what? The customs duties. So in short, yung binayad mong customs duties, babayaran mo pa yun na value-added tax. Is that not crazy? That's why it's sometimes known as a tax upon a tax. That is the example here when you talk about the tax pyramid. All right, so let's go back. So, double taxation in general. Right? Distinction, definition. In general to, ha? So it's nothing more than taxing the same subject or object twice during the taxing period. Does that violate the law? No, it does not. Why? What is supposed to be violated by double taxation? Equal protection clause. Subjects and objects that are similarly situated shall be subject to the same burdens. Eh kung pare-pareho naman silang tinatax, so ano yung violation mo? Nothing. And therefore, let's have a look at the concept now. So, there are two kinds of double taxation. You would have direct duplicate, which violates the equal protection clause and uniformity clauses, and then you have, again, the indirect duplicate taxation, which is not repugnant to the Constitution. So, ang problema mo, what is meant by direct duplicate? Etong away ko. Because most authorities talk only about one element. Dalawang elements ng direct duplicate. Let us find out. Again, just take note of that. And therefore, let's have a look at constitutional provision and direct duplicate taxation. So, in the Philippines, again, there is no specific prohibition on double taxation. None. That is your authority. Manufacturer's Life versus Mir. But, there is a big but here. What is the big but? If double taxation is such that it is direct duplicate, it may violate the Equal Protection Clause. And when is it that there is direct duplicate now? All right. Okay. There are two elements. This is the first element. Okay. A tax is imposed by the same taxing authority on the same subject or object for the same purpose and during the same taxable period. So notice, is there violation of the Equal Protection Clause there? None. Why none? Kasi pare-pareho naman sila eh. But you have the second element. And it is the presence of the second element that would result to violation of the Equal Protection Clause. And what is the second element? Ito, walang binabagit niya second element. Masi kanino kayo makinig. I don't know kung ginaya na rin ako because I was the originator of this one. And I would insist that you should always state the second element. And what's that? Taxing all for the first time without taxing all for the second time. This is where you have discrimination. Bakit? Nung una, tinax mo sila lahat. Yung pangalawa, namili ka na. And therefore, what is the result here? What is the meaning of equal protection? Again, subject to the same burdens and granted the same privileges. Ito, hindi na same burdens, hindi na same privileges. Namili ka na. And this is one that constitutes the violation. I hope you follow. But most problems involve only the first element. Wala no second element. And therefore, you don't talk about the second element unless asked. So, tandaan niyo na. So, be careful. That's why I said, you must be careful when I lecture. You must understand, again, what you should write. Because if you're going to write what I'm telling you, I insist I am correct, but they might not know what is correct. Yun ang tanda niya. I always quarrel with people. No? As a matter of fact, in UP Law Center, whenever I say, pare, itong answer dyan, they say, no, explain to me why I'm wrong. Their explanation to me is that majority kami eh. I said, you're majority. I keep quiet, but I tell to myself, in a community where everybody is crazy, the normal person is the abnormal person. Di ba? Yun na lang konsuelo ko sa sarili ko. Kasi they could not point out why I'm wrong. Pag tinuro mo sa akin naman kung saan ako nagkamali, papayag naman ako sa iyo eh. Pero kung hindi mo ma-explain sa akin, ibang kwento ko. Always look at the community of crazy persons. The same person is the abnormal person. Tandaan niyo yun, ha? Okay, now. So, direct duplicate example. Watch out for this. This is highly dangerous. Why? I'll explain this later on. And this is, again, why dangerous? Recently decided case. And this is the case, again, of Coca-Cola versus City of Manila. And notice, this was August 4 of 2009. Ano ba nangyari dyan sa Coca-Cola versus City of Manila? Again, what happened here was this. The City of Manila imposed a tax upon Coca-Cola. Business permits. Pagkatapos, tinax na naman siya on the gross sales. Sabi ng Supreme Court, you could not do that. Why? That is, again, double taxation. That is why. Why you say that's double taxation? All right, let's find out what the explanation is. This time, I would like you to take note of this because this is highly dangerous. Why? It is a tax on the same subject matter. What is that? The privilege of doing business in the City of Manila. For the same purpose, to make persons conducting the business within the City of Manila contribute to city revenues. And also, by the same taxing authority, sino? City of Manila. And notice again, within the same taxing jurisdiction, and this again, within again, the territorial jurisdiction of the City of Manila, and for the same taxing periods per calendar year, and finally, of the same kind of character, a local business tax imposed on gross sales or receipts of the business, and take note again of this particular. This is very, very dangerous. Delikado. Kasi doctrinal also. Notice, this is outside of your coverage. Basic coverage is only up to June 30, 2009. Pero ito, August 2009, but dangerous. All right, now. So, what time is it now? Ano? 5. Sige, may 5:30, may 5:20. Okay. So let's just get through with this and we'll knock off. Notice 71, 72. Notice again, your answer is there's none. It's not prohibited. Authority is manufacturer's life versus mere. But, again, so none, But this one is different. Is double taxation prohibited in the Philippines? Double taxation of the nature of direct duplicate, again, is prohibited. So what constitutional limitations violated, again, you would say is here, the Equal Protection Clause, etc. And therefore here, absent the elements of direct duplicate results to allow double taxation. Kasi it does not violate the Equal Protection Clause. And therefore, when you see the absence of any one of the elements we're talking about, then the law is valid. So remember that, very, very important for you. So absence results to indirect duplicate, therefore there's no violation of the Equal Protection Clause, and therefore, let's have a look at this latest one. Yung mga bago-bago na lang ang tignan natin. All right, let's start with this one. X, a lessor of a property, pays real estate taxes on the premises. A real estate dealer's tax based on the rental receipts. Income tax on the rentals exclaims that this is double taxation. Decide, is that double taxation? Okay, now this again. When you talk about this, I would like you to remember that you must understand whether the examination question is asking about double taxation that would nullify a tax measure. Why? Because if the question is asking you about double taxation that would nullify a tax measure, then the examiner has in mind direct duplicate taxation. But if it is general, then again, it does not matter. So long as you have the same subject or object that is taxed twice here within the same taxable period, and that is period. You don't talk about taxing authorities. You don't talk about, and so therefore here, there is no now. When an item of income is taxed in the Philippines and the same income is taxed in another country, is there a case of double taxation? Again, you notice then, 96 and 97. Notice here, there is no double taxation under the concept of direct duplicate, but here there is double taxation within the concept of indirect duplicate. Why? Because one of the elements is missing, which is same taxing authority. So same taxing authority, then one of the elements of direct duplicate is missing, therefore, you now have indirect duplicate. And remember, indirect duplicate does not violate. Let me go back. You have two tax laws. If there's double taxation, one could be declared as invalid for violation of the Equal Protection Clause. Therefore, only one tax law remains. Now, there are two laws, but there is indirect duplicate because one of the elements is missing. Therefore, both tax laws stand together, and consequently, there will be a double burden of taxation. Double burden. Ibig sabihin, the tax could be collected twice. So therefore, let's go back. For the first, there is no need for remedies except, again, to nullify one of the tax laws. For the second, since there is now a double taxation in the sense that tax is collected twice, but there is indirect duplicate taxation, and consequently, you could not nullify one of the tax laws, what then would be the remedies? There would be two remedies attendant to that. And here, you would have the tax treaty method, and then you would have either the tax credit or the tax deduction method. So, what is then? So, remember, therefore, when you talk about easing the burden, easing the rigors of double taxation, you're referring only to indirect duplicate taxation. You remember, because you don't ease the burden of direct duplicate because what you want to do there would be to nullify one of the tax laws. So therefore, isang beses ka na lang makolektahan. But if it's indirect, dalawang beses ka kukolektahan. So remember that, very, very important for you to remember. And again, tax treaty method, for example, US and the Philippines, they would enter into a tax treaty which says that kung sino unang makakolekta, hindi na ako magkukolekta. US collects first, Philippines will not collect. Philippines collect first, US will not collect. That is, again, here, tax treaty method. In the case of international judicial duplicate taxation. Now, what about the tax deduction method and the tax credit method? Now, remember again, your income tax laws, foreign taxes. Foreign taxes, again, may either be allowed as a deduction from gross income or as a deduction from the tax that is due, in which case is known as tax credit. So remember that, do not forget that. Again, so take note of it. 2004. Is the refusal of the mayor justified? Let's have a look at this. A municipality, BB, as an ordinance requires that all stores, restaurants, and other establishments selling liquor should pay a fixed annual tax of 20,000. Subsequently, the municipal board proposed an ordinance imposing a sales tax equivalent to 5% of the tax paid for the purchase or consumption of liquor in stores. Municipal mayor refused to sign. Notice, the answer is now different. In 2004, again, the mayor is correct. Why? Because you have different subjects and objects of taxation here. One is, again, selling of liquor. You have a fixed annual tax. And the other here is, again, consumption of liquor. Dito, under the case of Coca-Cola, this is now, again, direct duplicate taxation. That's why I said, watch out for Coca-Cola. That's highly dangerous. Okay, so again, easing the burden of direct duplicate taxation. So you have, again, tax treaties, and then you have tax deduction or tax credit method, and therefore, Filipino citizen receives dividend income from the U.S. on his capital investments. Dividend being remitted to him is taxed in the U.S. and at the same time also being has the tax code provided in a yes. It's either, again, we said, tax credit or tax deduction method. And then, what are the usual methods of avoiding the occurrence of double taxation? So this is referring to direct duplicate. And therefore, you know, again, here, tax treaty method, and then deduction or credit. And on Friday, we shall continue with this one. We'll have to go a bit faster in order to be able to finish everything, to expose to you how questions are formulated. So again, thank you very much, and which is other on Friday.